Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth, a hearing officer appointed by the Water Quality Control Commission to conduct a hearing in the matter of proposed rule 20.6.8 New Mexico Administrative Code. This is ground and surface water protection, supplemental requirements for reuse, docketed by the Commission Administrator as WQCC 23-84. We are on the second day this week and the seventh day overall in this hearing. We expect to go more days this week. This is the third public comment opportunity this week. There'll be another one at 1 p.m. today, 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. tomorrow as well. We'll continue that pattern for as many days as we are in hearing. The record is being recorded and transcribed on a virtual platform and also by Kim Charlenbarger, the court reporter. It's also being interpreted between Spanish and English and Spanish by Lisa O'Grady and her team of interpreters. Lisa, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. If there's anyone present in the hearing room that would like to have an interpreter, please come forward and I will give you the headsets. Si hay alguien aquí presente que quisiera ocupar interpretación, por favor, pase adelante y yo le entrego con mucho gusto el equipo. If there's anybody online who would like to use the interpreter services, at the bottom of your screen on the left-hand side, there's a globe. Please click on the globe.
And press the button on the microphone there so it turns green. Okay, and if you would state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, I am Abigail, Abigail, Shepherd, Shepard.
Okay, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start your 3 minutes.
Okay. From Santa Fe County, New Mexico. I am here today to urge you to oppose the proposed rulemaking on water reuse regulations as outlined as the ground and surface water protection supplemental requirements for water reuse. I am the child of a breast cancer survivor. My mom was diagnosed when I was in 2nd grade, and while I had no concept of what cancer was at that age, I saw firsthand how it devastates the body and weighs on a family. Thankfully, my mom has made it through treatment and is still alive today, but there are thousands each year, including hundreds in New Mexico, who don't. This experience motivated me to hold industries accountable that are pouring carcinogens into our environment and homes, making us sick and making it much more likely for us to develop cancer. I bring this up because this proposed rule to reuse toxic radioactive liquid in projects across New Mexico would allow the oil and gas industry to pour carcinogens into our environment, a recipe for cancer across the state. And it's not just cancer. This rule is an absolute disaster for public health. Oil and gas wastewater is toxic, radioactive, and poses serious risks to public health and the environment. So-called produced water often contains numerous radioactive compounds including uranium, plutonium, radium, thorium, and polonium. Exposure to these radioactive compounds can cause bone, liver, and breast cancers. We also know that oil and gas liquid waste contains PFAS, also known as forever chemicals. PFAS exposure is linked to a wide range of serious health issues, including kidney and testicular cancer, endocrine disruption, and immune system suppression. Oil and gas wastewater has been known to have contaminants and heavy metals like arsenic and lead. Contaminants like arsenic and lead have been associated with health risks such as skin, lung, bladder, kidney, and liver cancers and neurological disorders. Given the glaring lack of scientific standards, including the fact that there are no scientifically proven standards for effective treatment of so-called produced water, the likelihood that more New Mexicans will experience multiple of the aforementioned health issues like cancer is not just extremely high, it's pretty much certain. That's because not only does the rule not contain minimum standards for the treatment, handling, or disposal of the waste, standards to treat this toxic waste and make it safe don't even exist. And once our water is contaminated, there is no going back. And in sum, this is not just an experiment with our water, it's an experiment on our health. No matter what we look like or where we come from, we want our loved ones to be able to drink clean water and live in healthy environments. This unscientific rule would make this vision impossible. Again, I demand the Water Quality Control Commission to act in its full capacity to reject the proposed rulemaking on water reuse regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. The next name I have on the list is Jeanette Icecat or Iscat.
Good morning, Jeanette Iscat.
Ms. Icecat, are you on the platform?
I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, speak up again.
I am on the platform. Jeanette Iscat.
Okay, I'm not hearing. I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. Give us just a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
No, she's not muted. We can see the microphone is green. Nope, now it's not.
Can you hear me?
Now it is.
We can hear you online, just so you know. I think it's a problem in the hearing room.
Oh, they can hear on WebEx?
Yes, we can hear her.
Okay.
Let me know if there's something
Ms.
else I
Iscat,
should be doing.
We're
To
working
me,
with
it
the
seems
audio
like
controls
some
here in
of
the
the
room.
fellow platform users say in the chat that they can hear me okay.
Yes, we just couldn't hear you here in the room. So thank you very much for your patience. If you would please spell your first and last name for the transcript. Could you hear me? Ma'am? Can you hear me now?
Jeanette, can you hear me?
I think I could just hear somebody say my name.
Yeah, I just said your name. They're trying to speak to you now from the hearing room.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So if you would please state and spell your first and last name.
Okay. My name is Jeanette Iscat, Jeanette. Last name Iskat. Can you hear that?
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Okay, I'm going to speak with the assumption that you can hear me. You sound very faint to me. Okay.
Okay. Do you swear or
I'm
affirm
speaking
to
to
tell the
you
truth?
from northern New Mexico, from
Okay.
Villanueva, part of the Pecos watershed. I'm part of a community farm out here. I vend regularly at my farmer's market, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this rule and asking this water protection agency to do its work. We cannot unpoison our waters. We are already seeing so much demands on the waters of this state And as somebody who works with our acequias, the shared waters held by community out here, we cannot unpoison this water. We cannot allow this manufactured new water and junk science to continue in New Mexico. Our water is already so very scarce here. And we have seen in New Mexico historically how water has been poisoned and even weaponized against the population. The Trinity downwinders in the south of this state are 5 generations deep in cancer clusters, have never been compensated. Once we go forward with creating this manufactured water, we can't go back. We cannot heal waters that are so damaged. It is unsafe at every level. We have seen pictures of fracked water catching on fire, and this is what we are being asked to accept as a potential future for all of us. I've never lived in a place, and you can see behind me just how beautiful it is, and the water is key and essential to that. I asked this commission to take its work so seriously. The water wars are here, and we are here advocating for the safety of water in our state. Thank you very much for hearing us all. We ask you to do your work to keep the water safe. I know other people will speak beautifully about the science. We're here also to speak for all the creatures around us who can't speak. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Cap. Savannah Woods. Savannah Woods. Okay, thank you. Let me ask then, first, is there anyone else in the room who would like to take this opportunity to offer public comment? There will be other chances. No. And then on the platform, is there anyone on the platform who would like to take this opportunity to offer public comment? No? All right, we're going to return to the technical case then, and I will invite public comment again at 1 p.m. today. Thank you all for that. So, let's see, I don't see Ms. Nanasi. Mr. Dodd? Okay. So this morning I know Commissioner Patton is joining us today. I think the rest of you were here yesterday. We're going to begin with Ms. Nanasi's witness, Mr. Noble, on behalf of New Energy Economy. And then because their third witness, Dr. Van Gogh, is going to be here tomorrow, we're going to spend the rest of the day with NMOGA's witnesses, the witnesses of the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association. And let me ask if there are any other preliminary matters we can talk about. I did see Commissioner Rosatos online. Is there any other commissioner online whom I haven't seen? Oh, I see
Good
Mr.
morning.
Maxwell. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Jonas Armstrong, Commissioner Armstrong on the call.
I'm sorry, I was unable to make that out.
This is Commissioner Armstrong, Jonas on the call.
Okay.
I am on my
Thank
way
you.
into Santa Fe now.
Okay, thank you. You're on our screen as call-in user 1. So I'm glad you identified yourself. Vice Chair Armstrong is online, and I see Commissioner Rosatos.
Madam Hearing Officer, I apologize. Did you need something specific? It was broken on my side.
Oh, no. I was just essentially noting who who's on the platform versus who's
Okay,
in the room.
I'm
But
present.
thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Dodd.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. Ms. Nanasi and Mr. Noble are running a bit behind this morning. Mr. Noble's flight was delayed and he didn't get in until the wee hours last night. And of course, his flight was diverted from Santa Fe to Albuquerque.
Crazy.
It was a mess. And so Ms. Nanasi greatly apologizes for the delay, but she said she'll be over here as soon as she possibly can. They're just at the office preparing a couple of things.
Okay, so we're talking minutes, not.
Probably, like, my guess would be 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Something like
Okay.
that.
Let's see here then. I don't see Mr. Wexler.
I don't think they were anticipating public comment going so quickly this morning.
Sure, we never know. We take all comers. All right. In that case, can anyone think of another good use of this time other than just going straight to a break?
Madam Hearing Officer, this is Mr. Maxwell. There's time allotted for opening statements from a few parties still, including myself.
Oh, okay. And you know what? Now that I'm looking up at the screen again to see you, Mr. Maxwell, I see a hand raised by Bianca Sopoci, maybe? If I'm mispronouncing your name, I'm sorry. Ms. Sopoci, are you raising your hand in order to offer public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I wasn't raising my hand for public comment, but I did want to share that I think some people were under the impression that public comment might have been from like 9 to 10. And so while some people were able to jump on right at 9, I imagine that some people might not be able to jump on right at the top of the hour. So just maybe it sounds like people need to be present at the beginning of public hearing in order to give public comment during those hour allotments. Is that correct? So we can just inform the public?
Yes, that is absolutely the best advice because what we're doing is we are breaking into the technical case for as long as necessary to take the commenters who are present, and then we're going back to the technical case. So yeah, if someone wants to offer public comment during the 1 o'clock session, I would certainly advise them being there at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. But thank you for the question. Okay, so Mr. Maxwell, I think thank you, Mr. Dodd. If you are willing to help us make use of this time by offering an opening statement, I'd be happy to take it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can't say I'll go for very long. I'd like to thank the Commission for scheduling this public hearing and taking the public's comment. And I just would like to state that you will, during the course of this hearing, get to witness significant testimony from a variety of different perspectives. One of the perspectives you'll hear from me is that the public notice for the hearing may have been deficient. And I would submit that the cross-examination that you'll hear me perform on the New Mexico Environment Department's witnesses would present a compelling case to show that that is indeed the fact. I would submit to you that because the public notice is deficient, that the meeting should have been rescheduled and another opportunity for entries by parties to be made, and that we should not have taken the last 2 months to squander that opportunity. And so I would continue to say that I'm grateful for the opportunity to learn. So much of the Environment Department's functions are new to me, and understanding the process is a learning environment that I'm excited to be a part of. I would like to also state that commissioners should be held to the standards if they are designees, that the appointing authority that has placed them there would also have to be held to. And this is in regards to financial disclosure statements that have to be filed with the Secretary of State by state agency heads. I submit to you that state agency heads is a definition undefined, a word undefined by the law that we have called the Financial Disclosure Act, and that you will find the disclosures required of state officials encompass those who have significant power over the substantive rights of others, as well as resources of the state, such as funds. And so altogether, I would submit to you that each of the members of this commission should be happy to disclose the financial disclosure statement to the Secretary of State, as it provides for the best government for the people. At this time, I would like to conclude my opening statement, and I have nothing further to add for any technical testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell, for offering that. I really appreciate it. At this time, then, I'll make one last call for public comment, just in the event someone has joined us in the last 10 minutes. Anyone at all here to offer public comment and has not already offered that comment previously in this hearing? Oh, all right, then we are going to be on a break. I hope that break will be just about 15 minutes long. When we return, we hope to hear from New Energy Economy's witness, Mr. Noble. Thank you. Hello, we are back from a break. We returned to the technical case, and New Energy Economy Counsel Mariel Nanasi is at the witness desk with Mr. Noble. Mr. Noble, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, we need to get the microphone closer to you, not so close that it echoes.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Nanasi.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair, and Commissioners. I apologize profusely for being late. Just so you know, Mr. Noble was supposed to arrive at 8 o'clock and arrived at 1:30 in the morning last night. So I apologize for being late. Now I'd like to commence the continuation of our presentation to you. Could you please, sir, state your name and spell it for the record?
Justin Noble, that's JUSTINNOBEL.
Did you prepare direct technical testimony and exhibits that New Energy Economy has designated as Exhibit 2?
Yes, I did.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
Did you prepare rebuttal technical testimony and exhibits that New Energy Economy has designated as Exhibit 5?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the same questions that appear in New Energy Economy Exhibit 5 today, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
Please provide a brief summary of your professional and educational experience.
Yeah. First, I just want to say what an honor it is to be here providing this testimony. My background is in earth and environmental science. New Mexico, when it comes to earth and the environment, is a really unique state. Um, I've spent time here as a traveler. I've had jobs where I've worked out west in the environment. I've had family who lived in this state, and it's just an honor to be able to share this information with the committee. So I have a bachelor's degree in earth and ocean science from Duke University. Um, a lot of my early work was with professors who work in different parts of the world. Science was a really fascinating way to learn about the world, travel to different places that were not the place I was from, which is New York. I have a dual master's degree, so that's a master's degree in earth and environmental science, and then another master's degree in journalism. That's from Columbia University. That was really an extraordinary program, which teaches you how to read science, how to actually read a scientific research paper, and how to talk to scientists. But most importantly, science is this incredible record. It goes back through time. It comes with citations, so you can actually follow a topic. And my training has really been in science journalism. I've received some nice accolades in that work. Most recently, an award from the National Association of Science Writers for an article I came out with in 2020, America's Radioactive Secret. I do a lot of writing for some what we call glossy magazines, big magazines like Rolling Stone, Popular Mechanics. Okay. And also smaller publications, investigative sites, and also literary journals as well. And recently, this past April, I published a book, Petroleum 238, Big Oil's Dangerous Secret of the Grassroots Fight to Stop It. That was the result of 7 years of work in the topic that I am presenting on here today.
Is it true that your qualifications are explained in your direct testimony as Exhibit 1?
Yes, I believe so.
I would like to just caution you to talk a little slower.
Thank you. There's a lot of
I know that-
information, so I always tend to go
Okay.
fast to get all out. But I'll slow it down a couple notches. Thank you.
Because we're not in New York anymore. So could you please provide a brief summary of your testimony?
Yeah, I'd like to start with a couple exhibits that I think we've prepared. The first would be Exhibit 22. It is an old document, so old that it's a little bit difficult to read the title, but it says Disposal of Production Division Waste by a gentleman named W.L. Martin, 1932, Pampa, Texas. So I think
Excuse me for 1 second.
Yeah.
I would just like to note for the record that we did upload a number of documents, 19 till 29 in the Dropbox. And so if commissioners would like to follow along, those are available for commissioners as well.
Thank you. And I'll explain in a moment just why I think this is so important, but I've taken the effort to highlight a portion. And essentially, this is someone who has worked in the oil field for some time, or back in the 1930s, and they're talking about waste, about oil field wastewater. And there's other oil field waste streams as well, but this is really what this hearing is about, treating oil field waste. And I'm just going to read the highlighted portion. Regardless of whether or not we consider our wastes objectionable or liable to cause damage to our neighbors or the public, the statutes of the several states make it obligatory on the producer to prevent the escape of waste from our properties. In many instances, the courts have allowed damages because of the escape of such wastes. Apparently, it is only a question of time until the opposition to the escape of our waste will become strong enough to force us as an economical measure to dispose of them in such a manner as will not be objectionable to anyone, and without doubt such disposal will also be effected at a profit. It is also apparent that we cannot escape the moral responsibility for the effect of such wastes as may interfere with the orderly conduct of business, private or public, for after all, we are the public which is affected. I think not only is that an informative statement, but there's really an elegance and a symmetry to the industry trying to do the right thing and not dispose of their waste in a way that that harms the environment and the public. The reason I am going back to these early documents is to really cast the oil and gas industry in a different light. And I'll explain in a moment. But there's two more older documents. So the second would be Exhibit 24. This is a really interesting report coming from the Michigan Geological Survey Division. And I'll just read the title at the top: Brine Disposal is Oil Men's Headache, Salt of the Earth. And in this document, they go through, it's quite short, and they discuss different ways in which inappropriate brine disposal has contaminated the environment, water supplies, underground water supplies, surface water supplies, and led to lawsuits as well. And the one other document I'll cite now, and this was in your...
Excuse me, that was, you were referring to is Exhibit 24, is that right?
That's correct, yes. And again, the title there at the top, and it's from the Michigan Geological Survey Division: Brine Disposal is Oil Men's Headache, Salts of the Earth. And again, the top takeaway here is that this has been a extraordinary problem for the industry for some time, disposing of what they call brine, what we call in New Mexico produced water. It's the same thing. The final exhibit I'll mention right now is, I believe it was Exhibit 2. It's a 1982 document of the American Petroleum Institute. If we look at the top, the title: An Analysis of the Impact of the Regulation of Radionuclides as a Hazardous Air Pollutant on the Petroleum Industry. The American Petroleum Institute, I think many in this room would be aware, it is the major lobby for this industry, and provides some very, very important technical documents and information on best practices across the industry. This is not necessarily a public document. This has come out in lawsuits that have taken place in the state of Louisiana. But what the American Petroleum Institute is doing here, and I'll just note who prepared it, prepared for the Committee for Environmental Biology and Community Health, Department of Medicine and Biology of the American Petroleum Institute. So they're looking after health.
Excuse me, but I need to make something known for the record. This is in Justin Noble's testimony, New Energy Economy, Exhibit 2, and it's his exhibit in that direct technical testimony. So that's what it is, Exhibit 2.
Yeah, and what the American Petroleum Institute is doing here is walking through their practices as an organization that looks after the oil and gas industry, that has as members various companies operating within the oil and gas industry, and they're talking about where risks are when it comes to radioactivity. They're talking about produced water. They're also talking about emissions. Astonishingly, this is something that has not necessarily come up, as I've heard in these hearings, but produced water, and we'll get into the different radioactive elements, produced water has radium. The direct daughter product of radium is radon. And so anywhere you have produced water, you inherently have radioactive emissions, which is a concern. Now, the industry was successful. Radioactivity was not regulated as a hazardous air pollutant. If it had been, we would see a very, very different oil and gas industry, because these emissions exist across the industry. I want to highlight one other very important statement in this document, because it directly concerns what the state is proposing, and that regards treating produced water, treating any oil field waste streams which inherently have radioactivity. And I'm just going to read directly from the document. Any control methodology proposed for radioactive materials must recognize the fact that radioactivity cannot be modified or made inert by chemical means. It also must recognize that radioactivity dissipates at fixed rates through fixed sequences or series decay to daughter products cannot be guaranteed to reduce the hazard. Essentially, what they're saying here is you cannot make the radioactivity disappear. Even if you are successful in removing it from the industry's waste streams, you actually have created a new problem because you've now inherently concentrated it, and you now have to worry about the disposal of that. We'll get back to some of the exhibits later, but I talk a lot on this issue. I talk to schools, I talk to science students, journalist students, and health bodies. And I think it's important to visualize a wellhead. I think anyone on this community can do that. New Mexico has quite a lot of oil and gas development. We're familiar with the fuels that come to the surface. Natural gas, still a fuel that runs, it cooks food for people across the country, the little blue flame. Oil, refined, it can become a variety of products, including gasoline, still runs a large part of the transportation sector. I think now a lot of people might look at a wellhead and think of climate change, and maybe they'll think of carbon dioxide or methane emissions. There's a lot more happening, though, at the wellhead. The industry brings an extraordinary amount of waste to the surface. And when I say waste, I'm largely speaking about natural materials from deep within the earth. They just happen to have some very concerning contaminants, including radioactive contaminants. And the industry's processes, they're concentrated there in the formation, and some of the industry's processes can concentrate them even further. This, I would argue, has been the industry's problem since day one. People were not early on worried about climate, but they always have had the issue of what to do with their waste. In the early days, and I'm going to focus on produced water because that is the waste stream relevant to this rule. So produced water, brine, the industry has a number of different words for this waste stream. They often refer to it out west as salt water, and in many states, they refer to it as water. And I think it's important to mention, while I have access to science, I can, as a journalist, you have this magic card. I can call up scientists and talk to them. I have sources who are regulators and former regulators. I have sources in communities and people in the public health field, but a number of sources who are workers, current and past workers, and they help tell me, excuse me, a lot of the different slang the industry uses. So water, I would say, is a slang here. In many parts of the oil field, they will call produced water water. Now, this is hugely deceptive. The word produced water is deceptive, and the word brine is deceptive. Produced water can contain toxic levels of salt. If we're just looking at the salt alone, salt levels in produced water can be 10 times saltier than the ocean, and the salt alone can be problematic. Also, elevated levels of heavy metals like lead and arsenic, a number of other heavy metals, and elevated levels of radium, which is a radioactive heavy metal. In the early days of the industry, produced water was discharged into unlined pits, into streams, into creeks, into marshes, into fields. The produced water was not what the industry wanted. They wanted the oil or the gas. And so this was something that the industry got rid of in the quickest and cheapest way possible. And that often meant discharge. Now, there is still land across the United States contaminated from the early practices of the industry. I work with a group in North Dakota called the Salted Lands Council, and they look after the hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland that has been contaminated in North Dakota by inappropriate produced water discharges. This is well before the modern age of fracking. This goes back decades. And I always say this is biblical. If you salt someone's land, you destroy its ability to produce crops. This is actually the worst thing you can do to someone's land. My father, who's a history buff, reminded me of the story of Cepius in the Third Punic War, who plowed salt into the fields of Carthage. Worse than burning the city down was actually making their land productive. And this is what happens when produced water is spilled or discharged freely onto land. And it's a major problem across the country. Now, that is not the practice that happens today. The industry has developed new ways of disposing of produced water today, and this data is coming from the Groundwater Protection Council, which serves as a fabulous source of information on produced water. Today, 96% of the produced water brought to the surface by the oil and gas industry is disposed down injection wells. I first need to highlight the amount, because 96% doesn't convey the amount. Every day across the US, 3 billion gallons of produced water is brought to the surface. That's 1 trillion gallons a year. We're talking about the whole US, 1 trillion gallons a year. New Mexico, by the way, according to the Groundwater Protection Council, it's about 67 billion gallons a year. And their data is looking at New Mexico's regulatory agency's data. But 1 trillion gallons a year across the United States. If you took that 1 trillion gallons and put it into your standard oil barrel, which is about waist high, and stack those barrels atop one another, you would reach the moon and back almost 28 times. This is an extraordinary waste stream. And again, it is a waste stream. It is not what the industry wants. It is a waste, and they need to find a way to get rid of it. So going back to injection wells, I have spent significant time in southeastern New Mexico, where groundwater is a huge concern. I spent time in the community of Jal with the mayor, with the city manager, and with a number of other officials in southeastern New Mexico. Groundwater is a concern, and injection wells are a concern. What I find very interesting in oil and gas country, whether it's Ohio, North Dakota, or New Mexico, is even in communities that we could say are pro-oil and gas. People can call them conservative communities. They really believe in this industry. They provide a lot of work for it, and they enjoy the benefits and the jobs, but they are very critical of injection wells. And I think it's appropriate for them to be critical of injection wells. This was actually one of the first topics that I began to study as I investigated this part of the oil and gas industry. And I think investigated is actually even the wrong word. I was led to injection wells because people in communities were telling me, hey, this is a problem. We have these places in our communities where endless trucks, line after line of trucks come and inject waste deep into the earth. And we don't think it's staying there. And I often talk in groups where there's young people, and I say you could talk to a group of kindergartners and explain to them the concept of injection wells, and I challenge them to agree that this is a process that makes intuitive sense. Now, we're not going to trust the word of the kindergartners, but I've run this through in many situations where we have young people in the room. They're critical. They're immediately critical of this idea that you can take endless truckloads of fracking wastewater and inject it deep into the earth, which is porous, and expect it to stay there. One of the advantages of being able to spend 7 years on a topic is I can do a lot of digging. And eventually it emerged that injection wells are meritless. There is no science. There is no science. I know they are relied on across the country, but there is no science behind the idea that you can safely inject this waste. And this is relevant, by the way, for one, because this is a commission that cares about water, but for two, we get to produce water treatment because of the problems with injection wells. I just want to read you some early quotes, and this is from my book, which is also in the exhibit. Yeah, I'm going to talk slower. So right now, the EPA formally regulates the underground injection control program, which would lead us to believe that it is a sound process. Here, and I'm just going to read right from the book. In October 1970, David Dominick, commissioner of the Federal Water Quality Administration, which in 2 months would become part of the brand new EPA, warned that injection was a short-term fix to be used with caution and, quote, only until better methods of disposal are developed. When EPA laid out its proposed policy on injection wells in 1974, the agency echoed Dominick's concern, stating in an internal statement on the subject that EPA's, quote, policy considers waste disposal by deep well injection to be a temporary means of disposal. The statement continues, should a more environmentally acceptable means of disposal become available, change to such technology would be required. This to me is stunning. This is the early EPA saying they do not believe that this practice is sound. They do not think that we should rely on it as a means of disposal. If we had more time, I'd ask people, take a guess at how many oil-filled wastewater injection wells there are in the US. You can form it in your mind. There's about 181,000. That's 11 for every Starbucks. And now think of those quotes. They didn't think this was an appropriate practice, but it goes further. There was an early EPA official and a scientist who put out a very fascinating paper. It's called EPA, the Environmental Watchman. It's on deep well injection. And I'm just going to read now their words. Their name is Stanley Greenfield, and we're in the chapter of my book on injection wells. Deep well injection, says Greenfield, is a technology of avoiding problems, not solving.
Hold on, Mr. Noble. There are a couple of women who are trying very hard to catch every one of your words.
Sorry.
One to make a transcript of every one of your words, and the other one to interpret it into Spanish in real time.
Oh, well, that is really exciting.
Please.
So I'm going to slow down, and I apologize that you have to keep reminding me. To me, this is so slow, but I'm going to go even slower. Deep well injection, says Greenfield, Assistant Administrator for Research and Monitoring at the newly formed EPA, is a technology of avoiding problems, not solving them in any real sense. We really do not know what happens to the waste down there. We just hope. Again, doing the practice of journalism following that talk led me to a book, and I have it here, Underground Waste Management and Environmental Implications. There was a conference in 1971 between the U.S. Geological Survey. This is our government agency that knows the best about the underground environment, and the Association of Petroleum Geologists. It was held in Houston, Texas. And again, I'll read the title, Underground Waste Management and Environmental Implications. This was a conference on injection wells. Speakers from across the industry, from across the government, attorneys, all weighed in on this idea. I highly suggest that everyone in this room obtain a copy. You can still find them on Amazon, because what these people have to say is stunning. I'm not going to bore you with reading the whole book. But, as a science journalist, you learn to find your way to the scientist who has really a clear-headed path through the science. People who know science very well can describe its processes in very easy to understand terms. There's a couple of people who do that in this book. One is John Ferris, a U.S. Geological Survey research hydrologist. And I'm just going to read John Ferris's description of what is happening at an injection well, and then we're going to go to a new topic. Ferris says, the term impermeable is never an absolute. All rocks are permeable to some degree. And here now my interpretation. So the idea that any rock layer could act as a cork to seal off waste is simply wrong. Waste will always and inevitably escape the injection zone, says Ferris, and, quote, engulf everything in its inexorable migration toward the discharge boundaries of the flow system, meaning a water well, a spring, an old oil or gas well, a basement drain, even the roots of plants, or a seep on the side of the road. Ferris lays out a very interesting principle. And again, I think this is very critical for a state that cares so much about their underground water and uses it in a number of different ways. Ferris describes how initially people living within the realm of the injection well, within the space of it, may find that they have increased water pressure, right? They might think, oh, well, all of a sudden this is great. My well is running even stronger. A seep on the side of the road or a little spring is running stronger. But what's happening, as Ferris explains, is the advancing front of waste is pushing the water in the layer, in the formation out. So it creates this kind of bubble of water that's being pushed out by the advancing front of waste. And as Ferris describes, eventually, though, the sinister laggard, and those are his words, the waste cylinder arrives. Now, where we have seen already documented by the Ohio Department of Natural Resources in Ohio, where we have seen contamination is where one might expect. Where are places where we have conduits from the subterranean environment up to the ground? And an oil and gas well is one of those places. So in at least 3 different instances now in Ohio, and again, the Ohio Department of Natural Resources has investigated, they have reports out, and they have shut these injection wells down. In at least 3 different instances, we have fracking waste leaking out and coming back to the surface in conventional gas wells. And not just coming back, often spouting back at the surface and then running out and contaminating surface water. It provides me an interesting group of sources because these conventional gas men I am in touch with, and they are livid that their resource has been ruined by fracking waste leaking out. And again, it has been documented from injection wells. This is so important because again, we have 28 lines of barrels to the moon and back of waste each year. And the industry relies on this, on the process I'm describing, as their primary means of disposal. As I said earlier, even in conservative areas, even in oil and gas areas, people are critical of injection wells, and we now have documentation that they are leaking in a number of different oil fields. So, and there's cases from Oklahoma as well. I've spoken to farmers there. I won't go through the details, but I think the important takeaway is that the industry is proposing new ways to deal with their wastewater, and produced water treatment is one of those ways. Unfortunately, it contains a number of problems and has not been done in a way that shows that the industry actually understands this waste stream. I want to go back to the constituents in produced water. High levels of salts. The salts make it a very difficult waste stream to work with, meaning treat. Elevated levels of heavy metals, and you all probably have heard this information by now, what we call BTEX, volatile organics, benzene, toluene, xylene, and elevated levels of radium, this very interesting radioactive metal. Now, we live on a radioactive planet. Many of us may not think of it that way, but it is. And there's various radioactive elements peppered about the soil and rocks of Earth. Radium is moderately soluble. So there is thorium, there is uranium, there are other radioactive elements of concern in the formation water. But radium is soluble, which means it can float to the surface in a way that some of these other radioactive elements cannot. Let's talk about the levels. We know a good bit about levels of radium in produced water, and we know what radium does to human beings because of a really interesting and disturbing industrial contamination case that occurred in the early 20th century, and that's the case of the Radium Girls. I won't go through the whole story of the Radium Girls, but essentially radioactivity had recently really been analyzed and discovered, and industry was very excited about doing tricks with it. One of the tricks was you could put radium in this paint. The radium excited zinc molecules and caused the paint to glow. So how cool. You could paint something like a watch or clock. You could paint the hands or dials, and suddenly you have a glowing watch or a glowing clock. And who wouldn't want that? It's really, it's nifty. That job of doing the painting often fell to women. We now call these women the Radium Girls, and they'd have these fine little brushes, and they dip the brush into the paint and then paint the hand or dial of the watch or clock, and dip the brush into the paint and paint the hand or dial. And I know I'm in a state that's big on the arts, so if you've ever used fine brushes, done fine painting, you know the tip can get dry. They put the tip into their mouth to keep it firm, and over time accidentally ingested significant amounts of radium. Radium is a bone seeker. This is not my word, this is the medical community's word. And that means if radium gets into your body, some of it will end up in the bone. Radium is in the same column of the periodic table as calcium. That just means the edge of the radium atom looks a good bit like the edge of the calcium atom, and chemically speaking, they behave in a similar way. Calcium goes to the bone, and some of the radium will go to the bone. It's a terrible place for a radioactive element to be. These women developed horrendous cancers, and you can look up photos of what that looks like. Their faces literally fell apart, and other bone cancers, and they died in very painful ways. We know about them because of a medical examiner in Newark, New Jersey, located near one of these radium dial painting factories, who chose to follow the path of science. His name was Dr. Harrison Martland, and he actually analyzed the women. When you become contaminated like that, you literally become a piece of scientific evidence. He was able to look at their bones and determine that they indeed were wildly radioactive. Even after death, thousands of years into the future, their bones would be emitting radiation. Something else interesting happens with radium. Again, radium being a radioactive element, it does what radioactive elements do, which is blast off a little piece of itself. That's what we call radiation. Having lost a piece of itself, it literally becomes another element. radium-226, a really important radionuclide or form of radium to the oil and gas industry. It shoots off an alpha particle, it shoots off radiation, and it becomes radon-222. Radon is a gas, and it moves through the environment in a very different way. And what would happen, you have radium in the bones for these women, decaying to radon. Gas wants to escape a system, and so these women would be literally venting radioactivity. They became like human radioactive chimneys, and Dr. Martlin was able to do something called an exhalation test and measured the charged air that was escaping through their exhaled breaths. Now, this is important for the oil and gas industry because I think some of the patterns that emerged in this case are relevant. The radium industry fought back vigorously that radium could have caused these cancers, but Dr. Martlin, by following the pathways of science, showed that it was absolutely what caused their cancers. Dr. Martlin also gave a warning for industries of the future using radioactive elements that involve concentrations of radioactive elements. So we know about radium, and the EPA has limits. EPA safe drinking water limit for radium is 5 picocuries per liter. That means EPA wants no more than 5 picocuries per liter of radium in drinking water, and that limit involves or combines two of the most common isotopes or forms of radium, radium-226 and radium-228. So EPA's limit for drinking water, 5. At 60 picocuries per liter, EPA actually defines a liquid waste stream as radioactive. This is very important. What is, quote, radioactive waste? It changes for each element. For radium, that level is 60 picocuries per liter. That means anything above 60 picocuries per liter, we can legitimately define by EPA's own definitions as radioactive waste. That limit, by the way, is repeated across government agencies. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission has a discharge limit for facilities that they oversee, such as nuclear power plants. For radium, that limit is also 60 picocuries per liter. That means that a nuclear power plant, which has a variety of different liquid discharges, they cannot have radium higher than 60 in those discharges going into the environment. We also have another important time when radium was analyzed was back in the late 1970s, when EPA was deciding a law called the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, which dealt with solid waste. But the important point here is that law looked at hazardousness, and EPA considered radioactivity as a characteristic of hazardousness. In the end, they did not use it, but in their considering of radioactivity, they came up with a limit, and that limit is 50 picocuries per liter for radium. Brine in the Marcellus Formation, and I'll start there, in Pennsylvania, as determined by the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, their own report put out in 2016, radium levels in that produced water or brine can average 9,330 picocuries per liter and be as high as 28,500. So again, we have 5, the drinking water limit, 60, we can call it radioactive, and the average in the Marcellus is 9,330. One of the anecdotes that led me deeper into this topic was when I learned from an Ohio resident that a company was taking conventional produced water, so again, not fracking, from conventional wells, and making a de-icer out of it, and that de-icer was being sold on the shelves of Lowe's, and radium levels in that de-icer, and I'm just going to draw up the actual number because this one I don't have memorized. So it was being sold at a store called Hartville Hardware. That's a local store. And the radium levels were 2,491 picocuries per liter. It was also being sold at Lowe's, and the radium levels were 1,663 picocuries per liter. And we know those levels because the Ohio Department of Natural Resources sent in inspectors and tested these products. And that was great due diligence on their part. Coming back to the Permian and New Mexico and some of the oil and gas formations here, we have precious little data on radium levels. And again, to me, this is stunning and it's concerning. We can go back to the 1982 American Petroleum Institute paper I presented, which warns that radioactivity And when we say radioactivity, we mean radioactive elements such as radium are going to be of primary concern to anyone working with oil-filled wastewater, and yet we don't even have data. Now, the data we do have, we don't even have comprehensive data. The data we do have indicates that in the Permian, radium levels are often above 400 to 500 picocuries per liter and be over 1,000 picocuries per liter. And that was a paper that I believe was in my original testimony and done by some of the institutions, very reputable institutions in New Mexico. My first challenge before we even get to if these facilities can actually succeed is we need to know the levels of the most concerning contaminant in this waste stream that these companies are claiming they're going to be able to treat. And we do not have that right now. I don't think there's anyone who can say we do have comprehensive data. And if we do, show me. I haven't seen it, and I've spent quite a lot of time looking for it. But the data we have shows that radium levels in New Mexico in the produced water are well above the safe drinking water limit and well above the limit that we can define a liquid waste stream as radioactive. So when you see a brine truck going by, it will not have a radioactivity placard. It will not have a hazmat placard, but it is, according to the definitions laid out by the Environmental Protection Agency, it is radioactive waste. Now that I can tell you that from the number side, as I just have, where that really hits home is when you talk to the workers who are in intimate contact with this material. I think that concludes the first portion of my testimony. And for the second portion, I really want to get right to the heart of the matter, which is produced water treatment. And I believe we have set up a video, a YouTube video. And if we can play that, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. And it's a long video. I think we just need to go to like minute 204 or something like that. I appreciate it. And what you're watching here is a company in the Marcellus Utica area that has claimed that they can treat produced water. They're very excited about it.
As earthquakes continue to rattle Oklahoma, the search goes on for a solution to the deep water injection wells blamed for the state's seismic surge. A forum at the state capitol this week offered a glimpse of some technology that could help, although experts caution against expecting a magic bullet to end Oklahoma earthquakes.
The number of earthquakes in Oklahoma has dropped in recent months, in part because of reduced oil production due to slumping oil prices and restrictions on the volumes of wastewater dumped into injection wells in earthquake-prone areas. Brian Colt believes he can eliminate the need for injection wells entirely by treating the water, allowing it to be used for other purposes.
There are 650,000 barrels of wastewater that are deep well injected on a daily basis in the state of Oklahoma. We could put 10 facilities up and completely eliminate the need for deep well injection.
Colt is president of Fairmont Brine Processing, which operates a plant in West Virginia that processes about 10,000 barrels of wastewater from oil and gas activity. During a public forum at the state capitol, Colt described the process, which uses evaporation followed by crystallization to remove salts that are dissolved in the water.
From that, we produce distilled water. That distilled water can be is reused during the drilling and hydraulic fracturing process. It can be reused for agricultural purposes, or it could be discharged into a body of water.
The process also results in sodium chloride, or salt, which Colt says can be used in swimming pools or as a de-icer for Oklahoma roads in winter. J.D. Strong is executive director of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. He also chairs a produced water working group, which has been studying the issue of recycling water from oil and gas activity.
We've known for decades technologies exist to treat the worst imaginable water and turn it into perfectly pure water.
And really we can stop at this point. Thank you.
Wait.
Thanks so much for setting that up.
Okay, wait a second. So I just want you to know that this is exhibit number 19 for the record. It's in your Dropbox. And of course, it's available for you. So just for the record, that YouTube video is Exhibit 19, New Energy Economy 19.
Thank you. A couple quick points I'll make on that video. One is you see, as I have been saying, that there is a reaction to injection wells. Produced water treatment is being advertised as a way to solve that problem. And I understand that. I certainly understand the problem with injection wells, and I understand the industry's desire to move beyond them to a more appropriate way of disposing of oil-filled wastewater. The other thing that I think is important is you have an individual from West Virginia going to the Oklahoma State Capitol and touting their product and their processes, talking about how great this technology they have is for treating produced water. Hold that in your mind. I now want to go to what I believe is Exhibit 11, which is an EPA report on that site. And you saw a photo of the site. It was the aerial view.
For the record, I would like to say that this is included in New Energy Economy Exhibit 5, the rebuttal testimony of Justin Noble, and Exhibits 10 through 13. Madam Hearing Officer, may I approach?
Yeah, this exhibit was so important that we took the effort to photocopy it, and I have highlighted certain key sections. And at the top, you see highlighted, okay, Fairmont brine.
No, just wait a second. For the record, this is, again, part of Mr. Noble's rebuttal testimony. It's included in the Dropbox as exhibit number 5. And in his testimony, it's exhibit 11. However, the one that we have tendered to you is highlighted, which Mr. Noble will talk about. And the one that's in the record is not highlighted. It's the original.
Thank you. So what you're looking at is a document in which the EPA is assessing the same facility you just heard that was discussed in glowing terms. They're assessing it for potential Superfund status. Again, the pathway of science is so important, and I can take it right from the industry, from that American Petroleum Institute report. I know that any facility trying to treat produced water is potentially a problematic facility, because what are they going to do with all of the radioactivity that they pull out of this waste stream, even if they are successful? Well, in this case, we have the answer. It is sitting there in vats and tanks and splattered and spread around the site. And EPA, this report, sent officials there to document it. I think it's important to mention, because an allegation was made in the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association's testimony in the rebuttal to my testimony, that I illegally entered this site. As you will soon see, this site became a party spot for people in West Virginia. I went there with a former Department of Energy scientist who has a Geiger counter and significant radiation experience, and a local Ohio organizer, and we found that the site was deeply contaminated with radioactivity. When I published an article about it, suddenly the EPA got their act together and started to take the site seriously. The site is now fenced off, which is appropriate, but it was being freely accessed by the community. I'm just going to read some of the highlights.
Can you tell the commission where you are when you read it, and go slowly?
Yes, so I'm going to turn to the second page, and there's yellow highlighting and reddish highlighting, and I'm reading from the first passage of reddish highlighting. EPA, OSC, accompanied by representatives from WVDEP, that's West Virginia Department of Health, West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection, and WVDHHR, that's West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources, I believe, performed a removal assessment at the site. At the time, even higher radiation readings, up to 3.03 milliroentgens per hour, were observed around the explosion site. The site had exploded. As a reference, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission recommends a dose limit of not greater than 2 milliroentgens in any 1 hour from external radiation sources in any unrestricted area, and less than 100 milliroentgens per calendar year from both external and internal sources of radiation in unrestricted and controlled areas.
But Mr. Noble, you speed up when you read. Slow down.
Yeah, I've been asked to spell milliroentgens. Do you see the abbreviation for the radioactive unit? M with a capital R/HR. That would be milli, like the metric system MILLI. Roentgens is ROENTGEN, and the slash just means per hour. What EPA is conveying here essentially is these levels are high. They're concerningly high, and this is not a controlled space. I'm now moving down a couple paragraphs to the to the second starred red highlighted paragraph. Human exposure to radionuclides by inhalation, absorption, or ingestion is possible. Radionuclides can cause acute or chronic effects depending on dose. Rampant vandalism has occurred on the site, and trash deposited there indicates trespassers may be partying at the site for unknown periods of time. Increased time spent near radionuclides increases dose and potential health effects. I cannot highlight enough how important that paragraph is. You saw the company there. They were very excited about their processes and their product. Now you see what happened when they tried to carry it out in the real world. Not only did they fail, which is fine, many businesses fail, but many businesses fail without contaminating the community and the space that the community interacts with. This project failed and contaminated the local environment and enabled people from the community, kids namely, to have access to their failed system of treating produced water. I think for a group that cares about water and water quality, some of the following paragraphs are very important as well, because we don't just have this concern of exposure, we also have waste leaking off the site. EPA discusses that. I'm going now to the paragraph directly below, also highlighted in red, also with a star. The site is directly upgradient of the Monongahela River. I will remind people that the Monongahela River serves water as drinking water for many communities, including the city of Pittsburgh. The site is directly upgradient of the Monongahela River. The former FBP, that's Fairmont Brine Processing Facility, had a NMED permit to monitor discharge into the river. However, since the facility was abandoned, the quantities and types of hazardous substances entering the river is unknown. Radionuclides or other hazardous substances have the potential to impact the Monongahela River either by overflow or the ponds on site or through an existing outfall. So we are talking about very serious surface water contamination to a body of water that serves as a drinking water source.
Madam Hearing Officer, may I give a copy of this to the core reporter so she could follow along? I see her struggling with this. And also, Mr. Noble, could you please explain what NPD is?
Yes, NMED permit. Sorry. National Pollution Discharge Elimination System.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize for that. NPDES is the primary permit you would have if you had a release into a river, such as this facility does, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, I believe is the S. Importantly, radium, this radioactive element we've been talking about, is not measured in that permit. That is a huge problem across the oil and gas industry. But again, I think an important takeaway here is it was a permitted facility. It was operating, at least in the eyes of West Virginia regulatory agencies, by the books. You could see them wanting to set up plants in other states, going right to the heart of power. And yet, this is the result. Now, I'll get in a moment to the workers, because I think that is something that has not been addressed here. Their story is very important, the workers who worked at this facility. But it is challenging. The geotechnical challenges of treating this waste stream are tremendous. They have been downplayed, they have been dismissed, but this facility conveys that even with a well-meaning operating company, they had capital, they were backed, they actually had relationships with some of the universities in Pennsylvania, and they failed miserably. And failed in a very serious and concerning way, in a way that put the health of the community at risk and put the health of their own workers at risk. So I spoke to many of the workers who used to work at this facility. After I published my article, and we can go to that, I believe that is Exhibit 25, and it's an article that was published in an outlet called Truthdig. I don't know if it's necessary to pull it up, and I don't like to. I know it's not necessarily appropriate form to rely on one's own work, but here I'm relying on my work because my work has passages from the workers who worked at their plant, and I think their perspective is very important. So I'm just drawing up that document here. Okay, published December 7th, 2023 in Truthdig, a slow rolling disaster in fracking country. Yes, the article was published December 7th, 2023 with an investigative site called Truthdig, and the title is A Slow Rolling Disaster in Fracking Country. And the subtitle conveys the reason why I'm mentioning this. Ex-employees at, quote, West Virginia's Chernobyl speak out on lethal cancers, regulatory failure, and contaminated drinking water. Two of the coworkers from that facility have since died of cancer, one of stomach cancer, one of brain cancer. I am well aware of the difficulties in linking cancers or even clusters of cancers to any one cause, but I think it's certainly, when you're talking to workers at a facility like this, important to tabulate them and pay attention when they start discussing health risks. The problem from the workers' perspective at this facility is they had an impossible task. Again, they had plans to treat produced water, but carried out in the real world, that facility could not actually do it. A variety of different systems involved in that facility failed regularly. Failing regularly meant these workers were often working in very dusty rooms. There was salt dust in the air. Remember, produced water has a lot of salt. Salt is, they're trying to remove the salt, and you heard them in the video saying, sell it as a de-icing product. They were in an environment that is filled with dust. They did not have any appropriate PPE. They did not even have respirators. They're breathing in this dust regularly. You saw right there in EPA's report the levels right outside the facility. Now, we don't know the levels in the dust they were breathing in and day out, working 12 to 16-hour shifts, but we know that radium does bond to particles. Radium is readily a part of dust, and there is other oil field literature that talks about oil field jobs that involve oil field waste in which dusty environments are created, radium levels are elevated in the dust, and that becomes a significant means of exposure. The two things that we do most as human beings our drink water and breathe air. These are regular actions, and these become the most worrisome pathways of exposure because levels don't even have to be that high when you do something a lot. Breathing day in, day out in this dusty environment is a tremendous concern. And I am working with scientists now to try and get a better radiological picture of exactly what these workers were exposed to, and if the workers who died of cancer, if those cancers can indeed be linked to their radiation exposure. There are programs that will enable the right scientists to do that. And this is something I often do. I'm led to a place where I can't go any further, but I have some good contacts in the scientific community. I'm going to stop there for that with this example. I hope people take the time to look at it. I am aware that the signature of the Marcellus produced water that they were treating is different than the Permian signature. We know that radium levels are quite elevated in the Marcellus. Salts are elevated as well. Heavy metals are elevated. What we know of the Permian, though, does not lead us to believe we have no problem. It's just the levels are lower. And I think we need more data to determine just how much lower. When you only have 1 or 2 data points, I don't think it's even really appropriate to say definitively the levels are lower here. Let's look across the Permian. The Permian is a very complicated oil and gas formation with a lot of different sections. And let's really see what levels are in the Permian. But we know that this facility failed in a way that put water resources at risk, the workers at risk, and the community at risk. There's one more example that I would like to give when it comes to produced water treatment facilities. And we're going to start, I believe it's Exhibit 26. It's a local news article from a West Virginia newspaper.
You want him to pull that up?
We can pull that up. Sure, that'd be great if possible.
Ms. Jones, is Exhibit 26. Yes, and it's called Clearwater Facility.
And the top of the document says West Virginia News with a little logo of the state of West Virginia. Yeah, appreciate it.
It might be good to take a break, and while Pam is pulling this up, we definitely need a break. The rest of us have been sitting for a very long time, and my memory is that each of the technical witnesses had an hour, and Mr. Noble is definitely approaching his hour. So let's break until 11. When we come back, we'll take the last several minutes of Mr. Noble's testimony and then go to questioning.
Thank you.
Mexico stuff out. That's a question. I can work that in responses.
Let's come back from the break, please. When we took a break, Ms. Nanasi was having exhibit NEE 26, I believe, pulled up so that we could all see it. It's there on the screen. If you would, Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and we would like to continue with the presentation of Mr. Noble. Yes, this is in fact New Energy Economy 26 that is on the screen. Mr. Noble?
Thank you. This exhibit is a local West Virginia news article about another produced water treatment facility. It was called Clearwater. And just if you could scroll down just a little bit so we can see that first highlighted paragraph. Perfect. The $300 million facility, which cleans fracking water so it can safely be reused, is an entirely unique venture in the oil and gas industry. Again, the industry was very proud of this facility. $300 million is a significant investment. The facility aimed to take produced water, oil-filled wastewater, from wells operated by Antero, which is a Colorado-based oil and gas extraction company. And the treatment facility was designed and run by a company called Veolia. Veolia is a multinational corporation with headquarters in Paris, France, where the Olympics are. And they have it's a multi-billion-dollar company. Veolia has projects all over the world.
Could you spell Veolia?
Veolia. And the date on this article is April 13th, 2019. I'm just going to scroll down to where the pink highlighting or magenta highlighting is and read one more line from the news article. That's perfect. They're describing what's happening here. We frack or complete the well, and some of the water flows back from that effort, and it's something typically taken to a wastewater well or injection well. We just don't see those as being viable long-term, and that's why we've arrived at Clearwater as an alternate solution to injection wells. Again, highlighting the argument or trend that I've been describing in my testimony of how the industry is trying to pull away from injection wells. You see it right there in that statement. And then scroll down just a little bit further. There's one more magenta highlighted passage. Perfect, thank you. Kevin Ellis, Vice President of Government Relations with Antero, said Clearwater is one of the more prominent and important environmental projects undertaken in the United States in a long time in the oil and gas industry. Quote, that's why we're so proud of this project. It's the best project like this in the world, bar none, period. Again, the takeaway, the message I'm trying to convey is that the industry was very excited about this project, and there is a legitimate need for this project. Injection wells are problematic, and they are trying to bring the industry away from that. We now can move on to the next exhibit, which I believe is Exhibit 20, and it is the complaint in a lawsuit in which Antero, the oil and gas operator, is suing Veolia, alleging that the project was a failure. Yeah, we can pull that up to the screen as well. As you can see at the top, this is filed in the District Court of Denver County, Colorado. That's where Antero does business. And the date on the document is February 2nd, 2023. And if we scroll down just a little bit, we'll come to a series of highlighted passages. Perfect, thank you. So I think people are probably familiar with the nature of a complaint. Essentially, one company is suing the other company saying your project did not work. In this case, it's Antero suing Veolia and alleging, and you see it highlighted in red, Clearwater was a failure. I appreciate the time constraints, so I won't go through this entire complaint, but it lays out a number of problems with this facility. What I am trying to convey by presenting this document is that here we have some very sophisticated players. We have a facility that cost over $250 million. Again, Veolia, operating all over the world. It's regarded as a very sophisticated and fancy company. Antero is a very prominent player across a number of U.S. oil and gas plays. When this plant was shuttered, Antero conveyed to the local news that it was because of a drop in gas prices. I am in touch with many workers who hauled wastewater, and they told me that was not accurate. Now we have it from the companies themselves that indeed was not accurate. And the complaint goes through the details of why the facility did not work. Again, the takeaway, it is a very complex waste stream. And even when you hurl hundreds of millions of dollars at it and have very sophisticated companies at the wheel, it doesn't always work. Now, I have not been able to access this site because unlike the previous site, which was completely, had no trespassing signs and had open pathways for the community to enter, this facility is guarded by very tall fences. I'm not about to climb them. So I don't know what it looks like on site, but from reading the complaint, I have serious concerns that the waters of West Virginia are being impacted by this facility, which, like the previous one, was not successful in treating produced water. The next part of my testimony concerns New Mexico issues. I have taken the time to go through all of the RFIs that address produced water. There are 34 companies, as I counted, proposing to treat produced water.
Could you just say for the record what RFI is?
That is a request for information. And this is the document in which companies are trying to convey their project, how they're going to treat produced water, some of the economic measures, and talk through the technical challenges of how they will be able to successfully do produced water treatment.
Mr. Noble, you're talking about in New Mexico, correct?
Yes, correct. So I'm now transitioning to looking at what has been proposed under this rule. There was a request made for information, the RFI, and looking through those documents provides me a chance to analyze the level of knowledge that companies have presented back to the state agencies on some of the issues that I've been discussing here in my testimony.
Madam Administrator, would you please bring up Exhibit 21?
Ms. Nanasi, would you estimate the rest of this?
Good. We're ending this part right now. Thank you.
I forgot to mention that important point. This would be the final thing. Thank you all so much. It's yeah. That's the correct document. Thank you. So these facilities are not operational. I cannot go and look at them. No one can. They're proposals, but on the New Mexico Environment Department's website, there is a link in which any member of the public can upload and examine the RFIs, which again are a way of these companies describing how they're going to handle the various challenges of treating produced water. I set up a little rubric to try and determine their knowledge on what I think is one of the most concerning elements of produced water, which is its radiological signature. We can just scroll on through to the bottom. So I was looking to see if their proposals even mention words like radioactivity, norm, which is an industry word for describing oil field radioactivity. It stands for naturally occurring radioactive materials. And in the right-hand column, I was making notes on how these companies described the impediments and challenges. Of course, there are many. There's economic challenges, there's data challenges, but to me, this is a very important challenge. And did these companies discuss this particular challenge? And at the way bottom of the document, I tabulated what I learned from looking through all of the companies that aim to treat produced waters, RFIs.
In New Mexico.
In New Mexico, completely germane to the rule I am testifying on. Of 34 companies that submitted RFIs to treat produced water with the New Mexico Environment Department, only 7 mention radioactivity. Only 7. Only 2 companies of 34 present radioactivity as a serious concern. 7 mention it, but some of them are dismissive of the challenges. Only 2 companies of 34 present radioactivity as a serious concern, and only 1 of 34 companies that submitted RFIs to treat produced water speak authoritatively on radioactivity concerns, and that was Trevi Systems, which it's excellent document and shows a very thorough understanding of some of the challenges, but that was the only one. I'm not trying to make these people look unprepared, but I think it's pretty important, given the knowledge I built, to look at what knowledge they have on this part of the process. And as a whole, it's not very much, or at least they don't seem to think it's concerning or a big challenge. That to me is very worrisome. And I will stop there and happy to answer questions that anyone might have. Thank you all once again.
Did you want?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Noble.
Yeah, I want to be.
There's one other thing, Madam Hearing Officer, and Mr. Noble would like to address now, in addition to what he's already told you, particularly Mr. Jacoby's rebuttal testimony and surrebuttal. If you could have a couple more minutes just on that topic.
I think I'm going to let the folks ask questions. I took that rebuttal very seriously because it has a lot of accusations, and I just want to let you all know that I have gone through and conveyed that those accusations are baseless and that the facts presented are not accurate, and I do have responses to them, but I'm not going to go through it, but I do have that document, and if that's something people want to talk about, I'm happy to answer questions on that too, but I think best to open it up to questions. Thank you.
Okay, so before we move on, I would like to move into evidence. The direct technical testimony of Justin Noble, that's exhibit number 2. The rebuttal testimony of Justin Noble, that's number 5. Then I would like to move into evidence. New Energy Economy, exhibit 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26.
Okay. Objections?
Hearing officer.
It's not on.
Now can you hear me?
Thank you.
NMOGA objects to admission of exhibits 14 through 29. Those exhibits were uploaded at some point last night, I believe. And the pre-hearing order's clear that all technical testimony exhibits must be attached to the notice of intent. That's at paragraph 3, subsection 5 of the pre-hearing order. Also, the rule provides similarly 20.1.6.20, 202A6 provides the same, that all exhibits accompanying technical testimony should be attached to the notice of intent.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Your Honor.
Shaheen. Oh, sorry, Mr. Max. Yes.
I concur in Namoga's objection as well as I offer.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Maxwell. All right, this is Ms. Shaheen. She represents Namoga. Thank you, Ms. Shaheen. Okay, now Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, I concur in Namoga's objection to these exhibits. I also offer that these exhibits were submitted to the Dropbox at approximately 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning last night, and that these exhibits should have been, with the exception of 23, which is too large, emailed directly to the parties in accordance with the rules of this proceeding, where exhibits should be provided to parties. Finally, the opportunity to offer rebuttal has greatly muddied the ability of parties to identify which of these exhibits they're offering today without any notification are indeed associated with rebuttal or direct or rebuttal testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council or parties wish to weigh in? Ms. Taylor?
But it might be turned off.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and Commissioners. Yes, Select Water Solutions also joins the objection for the reasons already stated. And he mentioned that they are not rebuttal, so I don't think they can come in under that either.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Ms. Nanasi, would you like to address the objections?
I'm not sure, first of all, which exhibits were objected to, if it's 14 through 29, because I think that's what was said.
14 through 29.
I haven't even moved
I
anything
understand, but
except for 19 through, and it's not 19 through 29, but it was 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26. I believe that they're relevant to this commission. You've accepted lots of other exhibits, days or within a time frame when somebody else has testified, and so I think that the same opportunity should apply to new energy economy, and they're clearly important to this commission's understanding, so that they can look at the documents at their leisure, to what Mr. Noble's opening discussed.
okay, so the other exhibits I've accepted were uploaded in connection timely with either the direct NOI or the rebuttal NOI. I don't know that I've been just sort of freely accepting everything that's uploaded hours before testimony is offered. I don't remember doing that. If I have,
well, I'll just say that, for instance, Sierra Club's witness just testified, Mr. DeSalen. It wasn't hours, but it was days, and it was not included in the NOI. And so on that just was allowed.
And was that properly identified as rebuttal?
I don't remember if it was exclusively identified as surrebuttal.
Okay, that would be my guess as to what was going on there without being able to remember personally. Are there any of these exhibits that you would be able to just make a straight face argument that they are surrebuttal?
Well, I think that in some ways they all are, because Mr. Jacoby in particular, NMOGA's witness, states that basically Mr. Noble's position on the importance of radioactivity to this commission and to the water quality decision that's being made is baseless, and that there's no information in New Mexico for Mr. Noble to rely on. And so what he's saying is, here's a pattern here. There's a big press conference, there's a big hoopla that happens in West Virginia or Oklahoma or Pennsylvania, and then the facility fails. And so what he was, and then also about the RFI, one particular objection for Mr. Jacoby is that Mr. Noble knows nothing about New Mexico, and he admits that. So the fact that Exhibit 21, for instance, that Mr. Noble took the time and went through all the applications to the New Mexico Environment Department and looked at them and determined whether those applicants had any understanding of radioactivity norm in the produced water is important. And then only really 1 out of 34 had taken it seriously. That's the kind of information that is critical for this body to determine if allowing produced water treatment facilities will be a threat to the health and safety of people and the environment.
Okay, so thank you for all of that. Firstly, I didn't know that these were in the Dropbox, at 2:00 this morning.
I was up.
Did not look at them before we began this morning. And so I'm going to have to take the objections under advisement, actually look at these to see if they can be fairly characterized as a rebuttal.
Thank you.
And make the ruling later. But I also want to say to you and to everyone that Mr. Maxwell's comment in an email in the last hour is very much on point, and I agree with him completely. Anyone putting anything into the Dropbox needs to make sure that every other party in council knows that it's there. And if it doesn't need to be there, that is to say it's small enough to share via email, please do that. Please do
I absolutely will. I don't think that was specifically part of your order, but I would, we will send everything out to every party.
Yeah, I mean, we can't be expected to sit there and monitor the Dropbox. And I've had that complaint from at least one commissioner as well. It's that our commissioners like to do their homework. All right, so let's move to questioning. I will start over there with Vice Chair Armstrong. Vice Chair Armstrong, do you have questions?
Excuse me for 1 second, but could you please rule on Exhibit 2 and 5, which there was no objection to?
All right, 2 and 5, that was Mr. Noble's direct and rebuttal testimony. 2 and 5 were admitted. Thank you for.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Looping back there. Vice Chair Armstrong, do you have questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Fry.
No questions of this name.
Commissioner McWilliams. I'm sorry, Commissioner Patton.
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner McWilliams.
Yeah, I have a few questions.
All right.
Thank you for your testimony today. Closer. Okay. How's that? You testified that saltwater disposal wells are not safe. I think you said there was no science to back up that they were safe. I was curious if you know how the saltwater disposal well is constructed?
Yes, I'm aware that many disposal wells rely on old oil and gas wells, and there's many also that are newly created. I don't think, though, that the drilling process of the disposal well is at issue. The industry is very good at drilling holes in the ground. What's at issue is what is happening in the formation where the waste is being injected into, and that is what I believe is scientifically meritless. It is inaccurate to say that that waste is going to be contained within the formation. And you heard some, I think, very powerful testimony by other people to convey why that's so problematic. So I don't have a problem with the drilling of a well. The industry is great at drilling wells, and it's really a technological achievement to drill 5,000, 10,000 feet through the earth. The problem is the layer in which the waste is being deposited, and this claim that the waste will remain in that formation.
Okay, so the depths of these disposal wells can be up to 10,000 feet. Do you agree with that?
The formation, the injection wells that I'm familiar with can range quite a bit, but often be in the range of a mile deep.
Okay, so over 5,000 feet to 10,000 feet would be a typical saltwater disposal well depth.
And the injection wells I'm familiar with are the injection wells I'm most familiar with are in the Marcellus Utica. So while I have spent time looking at a lot of injection wells in New Mexico, I am not familiar with this specific geologic formation. But again, I think my point is that regardless of formation, there is an issue. It doesn't matter if an injection well is just below the water table, a mile below the water table, or 4 miles below the water table. The science that I have found in my research questions the ability for an injection well to contain waste in what's called the targeted formation.
In the targeted formation, there is multiple layers of geologic formations from the surface all the way to the targeted formation, correct?
Correct.
And so you're proposing that maybe the wellbore might have sufficient isolation with multiple strings of casing, but that the produced water is somehow traveling up the formations a mile or more.
That's exactly what's happening. And in one of the cases in Ohio, that's actually laid out in a report of the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. The fracking waste travels, I believe it's 4 or 5 miles horizontally, and then 1 to 2 miles vertically. So yes, the waste is moving through the earth, both horizontally, meaning spreading out, and then also up, meaning coming up to the surface.
Okay, how are they measuring that movement underground?
There's a great report that if you're curious about it, I can pass along and certainly put it into submission. The Ohio Department of Natural Resources tapped a company, I believe, based in Colorado to assess the situation and determine how the waste was moving. There are pre-existing cracks, fissures in all geologic formations. And what the waste does is it is able to travel along those fissures and cracks and actually, in some cases, enlarge them. Waste is being injected, if one remembers, at high pressure. And it is this high pressure that becomes an additional concern for the underground environment. The trick that's happening is if you inject waste at high pressure, you essentially can cram it in there. But that cramming in puts a lot of stress on the subterranean environment. Now, even in that situation, the state and the company they tap to look at the problem does not know exactly the exact pathway that waste moved underground. What they do know is that at the conventional gas well, where waste is coming up, the signature of that waste is right in line with the signature of Marcellus fracking waste. And the state of Ohio is so sure of it that they've determined that that is indeed what's coming up at these wells. So because they know it's coming up there, we know somehow it did get through the earth and to that point.
Are you familiar with microseismic technology?
to detect earthquakes? Yes.
No, microseismic used in industry would be able to measure using sound waves. They install microphones in offset wells, and they can measure the movement of fluid. They could do it even while fracking at very high pressures, which is substantially higher pressures than when you're injecting in an SWD well. But that actually is a technology that industry has used to measure where the fluid is going underground at very large distances.
So it seems that your belief seems to be that injection wells are perfectly appropriate at containing waste within the target layer of injection.
Well, I'm not the one on the witness list.
Well, I need to
I'm just,
understand.
I'm trying to point out that there is technology that we can use to determine whether or not fluid movement underground is happening and to what distance. And it's used often in industry on purpose because they want to contain that frac to the formation that has hydrocarbons.
Commissioner McWilliams, are you asking him to agree with that point?
I just was wondering if he had any information regarding that. It's related.
I would be interested in seeing
the migration comment about being able to go to aquifer zones.
No, I understand. I just was hoping there was a question at the end of it. That's all.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think I'm not familiar with the Ohio study that you mentioned, and I don't know if it's in record.
I can submit it, but I think what I hear is that the industry has ways in which they can determine whether waste is leaking in the underground environment, and you seem to be confident, or you're expressing that the industry is confident that they are not leaking out waste because they have these ways of measuring. I certainly would be interested. I'm not as familiar with that technology, but I think in the cases where we've established that waste is leaking, it would absolutely be interesting to look at some of that technology and see if the industry indeed knew, with their own really sophisticated monitoring and measuring, whether they had figured out it was leaking or whether that equipment wasn't able to detect that.
Okay. You mentioned that you've talked to multiple communities within New Mexico and outside of New Mexico, that these oil and gas communities, that maybe the mayors and the officials are concerned with SWDs. Can you elaborate on whether they're concerned about contamination or if they're more concerned about the induced seismic activity?
Yeah, thank you for the good question. It's a good question. The induced seismic activity is directly linked, I think, to the concern for contamination. Induced seismicity is, those are earthquakes happening in the underground environment. Earthquakes is the earth slipping and moving, and that sort of movement can be the exact type of thing that enlarges a fissure or crack and enables waste to escape a specific zone. So the conversations I'm referring to are in Jal, New Mexico, where they take great pride in the oil and gas industry. They also take great pride in the farming community. And the farming community is reliant on underground water, and they do have a concern about all the injection wells in that area, and that it threatens their underground water supply. Concern meaning this is something we hold precious, and this is an activity that we worry may contaminate this thing we hold precious.
Okay. Are you testifying today that radioactivity in produced water is could vary by formation or could vary by location? And just your response on that.
Absolutely. The radium levels, the levels of salts, the levels of metals vary greatly by formation, meaning Marcellus to Bakken to Permian, and also vary greatly within the formation, which is why I think it's so critical to get more data. When you only have a couple data points, you don't know if you're looking at the middle, the lower end, or the higher end. But yes, there is great variability, and there's also variability over the life cycle of any particular well.
Okay, fair enough. The Marcellus produced water in Pennsylvania, it's my understanding that they have higher amounts of radioactivity than the Permian Basin in New Mexico. Is that true?
Based on the data we have of the Permian, that's correct.
Okay. I'm just curious if, the amount of produced water that's produced in New Mexico and across the United States. We have thousands of workers that are handling produced water every single day, and I'm not aware of special radioactivity PPE that they're using to handle it. And so I'm just curious if that is related to very small amounts, if none, of radioactivity in the produced water.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. It's a problem. Now, it's not necessarily a problem for the driver driving the brine truck. They're driving a truck and there's a lot of steel between them and the produced water, but produced water is filled with all these different suspended solids, elements that we've been talking about, salts, heavy metals, and radium. Just like if you have a strong coffee and you let it sit for long enough, there's going to be a little bit of a layer of sludge at the bottom. So produced water, whether it's in the wellhead in a tank or in a brine truck, will accumulate a sludge on the bottom of that tank. The concerning job is the worker who must go in and scoop and shovel out that sludge. That is a much more intimate exposure with the waste than the driver. So yeah.
So they're using manual labor to shovel out the.
That's correct. Yeah.
Not using equipment to help do that.
There may be some operators that use equipment, but yes, manual labor is often used. A worker will shovel that out, whether it be a brine tank, a brine truck. There's a number of tanks that accumulate sludge. Essentially, any tank holding produced water, if it's produced water that has a high sediment load, a high suspended solid load, will accumulate a sludge. And yes, the job of removing that sludge would be a concerning job, especially if the worker is not informed and protected against radioactivity.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I'll preface this as saying I'm one of those people that likes to review the administrative record in order to properly prepare questions to make the best use of the Commission's time. And therefore, I have no questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Chair Thompson.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony and the work that you've put into it, and especially for your difficulties in coming to New Mexico. I know it's been tough. So let's talk about deep well injection a little bit. I was a little bit surprised when you say there is meritless science, and then you cite references that are 50 years old. Has any work been done on subsurface disposal of different types of materials in the last 50 years?
I think there's been quite a bit of research. That's not a body of research I'm familiar with. Why I've focused on these early documents is I see them as important alarm bells for this practice. I think we can start with this induced seismicity. I mean, this is, I think it's quite stunning that we now know that a deep well injection causes earthquakes. I mean, we have enabled a process that maneuvers the underground environment. I think that alone is testament that this is an alarming process that is maneuvering the subterranean environment in ways that we don't necessarily understand. We're not trying to cause earthquakes here, and yet that has become just a common practice. And I've spoke with people in Oklahoma who are actually quite surprised that deep well disposal has been able to go forward despite this revelation that it's caused earthquakes across the country. So I think that alone is reason to take these early alarm bells seriously.
And I agree, there is induced seismicity. I also ask, isn't the subsurface geology of the Oklahoma formations much shallower than what's being done in New Mexico in the Permian?
I'm not familiar with all of the specific formations being targeted. What I do know is that when you want to inject a large body of waste underground, you're going to choose a porous formation, often a limestone or a sandstone. Now, limestones and sandstones are interestingly, and porous, by the way, means a formation that has holes, essentially spaces. Now, some formations, some geologic formations are so tightly compacted, it's very difficult to inject anything into them. But the porous formations are often also the formations that have already filled up with liquids or gases. So that would be things like water or oil and gas. And these are the formations that are often targeted.
Yeah. You know, there's a large body of literature now on use of deep well injection for carbon sequestration, carbon capture. And are you familiar with that body of literature?
I'm not familiar with that body of literature. One point I think is very critical here. It is not just produced water that is being injected. Flowback is also being injected. Flowback is a separate waste stream that comes up in the weeks and months after a well has been hydraulically fractured. And it has been documented in the scientific community that some of the chemicals used in the frac job resurface. So whereas produced water is a naturally occurring waste stream, flowback includes some human-made chemicals. And remember the goal of those chemicals. The fracking process involves creating fissures and cracks in difficult to access formations. So we have chemicals injected down, fracked into these formations, and their job is to crack open. Often it's a shale layer, and sand can act as a prop and enable oil and gas to flow out. Some of these chemicals are coming back to the surface. That refers to flowback, and flowback is a copious waste stream as well. You're now re-injecting chemicals whose job is designed to crack rock, and you're injecting it back into the earth. I don't think that flowback mixed in with the contaminants, natural contaminants in produced water, and how that is going to interact with the subterranean environment has been appropriately studied in place. And that's partially because it's very difficult to set up a laboratory, deep underground. But I think it's important to note that that chemical makeup is included in what's being injected back into the earth as well.
Are you aware of any contamination of overlying aquifers as a result of saltwater disposal injection in the Permian Basin in New Mexico?
I am not aware. No, I am aware of instances in West Texas where certainly there's cause for alarm and an appropriate questioning of whether waste coming up at the surface may be leaking from disposal wells.
Well, so we've got hundreds of saltwater disposal wells in this state, and little or no, to your knowledge, little or no evidence of contamination from these injection wells. Is that a fair statement?
I don't think there's little to no evidence. The earth, there's data all around us, and it's whether or not we choose to actually look. So what I would suggest, knowing that there was great criticism and skepticalness early on of this process, I think all of these wells and the surrounding water systems should be examined for such contamination. Until that is done, I don't think it's appropriate to come to the conclusion that New Mexico injection wells are operating just fine.
You can't cite me a single example of a.
I'm not familiar. I appreciate the question, and it's an appropriate one. I'm not familiar enough with the literature within the New Mexico community as to whether someone has fingerprinted a leaking injection well. What I can do is say that is an important question, and it's something that we know how to examine it.
Okay. I'll move on because we're really talking about water reuse rather than saltwater disposal wells. Let's talk about the Fairmont brine processing plant.
Absolutely.
Based on the document you gave us this morning, apparently that was an abandoned site. Is that true?
Yeah, the facility stopped operating. I think it was in 2018, and I think the fact that it was abandoned is important. One, it's indicative that this facility did not work. They did not design the facility to have it be shuttered so quickly. But that also the waste left behind was hugely problematic for the state agencies, and it was just left to sit there. At one point, the site actually, there was an explosion on site. I had seen that in a local newspaper and then visited, as I mentioned, with the former Department of Energy scientist. And it was at that point that we realized direct access to the site was possible and that it was deeply contaminated.
So, but the explosion occurred at an abandoned site. It wasn't as a result of activities while the site was in operation.
That's correct.
So it seems to me that perhaps the risk that was posed by that facility was because it was not properly monitored by the regulatory agencies, and they did not insist that it be decommissioned properly.
I think that's an inaccurate reading of the facts. The important revelation here is that the facility had trouble doing their stated task, which was treating produced water. A restaurant goes out of business and there's not necessarily food from the kitchen spewed everywhere. The materials that they were trying to work with proved challenging, and there's evidence all across the facilities and in testimony of the many workers I spoke to that they were unable to do that, and the radiological contamination at the site is very powerful physical evidence. They were unable to do their stated tasks.
But the site was abandoned, yes?
Yeah.
And it was not properly decommissioned. They did not.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that is correct. Certainly it was not.
And so there was loss of security. They didn't even have, you said it was a party site that folks went to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, yes. Local youth were partying there.
So if the proper authorities had insisted on proper decommissioning, would we still have had that kind of problem?
I guess for me, the difficulty in senior line of thinking is that the site is abandoned and the site is wildly contaminated because they were unable to treat the produced water. So it's not just like saying, if you clean up after you're gone, and that solves the problem. The problem exists is because they were unable to appropriately and safely do what they claimed they could do. And I think another point here is the EPA is still examining this site and figuring exactly how they're going to clean it up. It will likely enter the Superfund program, and cleanup is very sophisticated and challenging in its own right of a site that contaminated. So it's going to take quite some time for appropriate cleanup of that site.
The way we deal with a lot of sites that handle hazardous or radioactive waste is we require them to have a bond, and that if they go out of business, they use the bond to do the remediation, the cleanup. So perhaps something like that should be in our regulations, a bonding requirement for any facility that treats radioactive or hazardous waste.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea. But again, if a facility were to set up there tomorrow and try to do what that facility is trying to do, which is happening across West Virginia, following the science says they would meet some sort of potentially similar end. So while the bond is important, to me, the greatest issue is the inappropriate attention to the scientific problem at hand. Also, and this is new information, I have recently started a correspondence with NMRD, and that is the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, because of course, my question was, are there facilities in New Mexico that are currently treating or recycling or reusing produced water? There are. They conveyed to me that there are 205 facilities, and I'm just going to draw up that exchange because I was really concerned to learn from Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department that they do not regularly inspect those facilities. They told me that they have issued one notice of violation. Again, when this is a technically challenging process and it involves some very sophisticated and concerning contaminants, they've issued one notice of violation. Now that can either mean they're all operating absolutely perfectly, which would be great, or as to me is implied by them not regularly inspecting, that they are not really examining thoroughly what may or may not be going wrong at these facilities. And this is where I would start in terms of understanding steps forward. Let's look at the facilities in New Mexico that are already treating, recycling, reusing produced water. Let's tour the facilities. There's simple ways to measure for radioactivity. Let's look for contamination across those sites. Let's talk to the workers there. I think that would be an important first step. But certainly to learn that they weren't being regularly inspected, that was worrisome.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Do you know? I don't like your microphone. Do you know why the Fairmont facility was not successful at treating the produce water?
I don't know scientifically what went wrong there. What I know from speaking to the workers is, and what I know also from talking to scientists, and I believe New Energy Economy will have one of the global experts on produced water chemistry, is that it is a technically challenging waste stream. It is very difficult to work with, and as you saw, even a facility where there was an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars was not successful in doing it.
Yeah, let's talk about that facility. That was the Clearwater facility by Veolia?
That's correct.
Yeah. How long did it operate?
About 22 months.
22 months. And do you know why that one failed?
Well, we have the reason, as I mentioned, given to the local press was that there was a drop in natural gas prices and it was no longer economical. As I mentioned, I was in touch with workers who were hauling produced water there, and they conveyed to me that the facility was having problems treating the produced water, that there were problems in the processes. When I saw the complaint, and albeit this is one company alleging wrongdoing, but the complaint does provide a little bit of a look under the lid at why that facility was unsuccessful and now remains shuttered. They didn't set up a $300 million facility. Sorry, they did not set up a $300 million facility to shutter it in 22 months.
Do you know if they've decommissioned that facility?
I don't know the present status. It's been very hard to find information from the West Virginia regulators and also from the companies. They are not responsive.
Presumably they're aware of the potential risks for explosion or for...
I cannot speak for them, but there's cause for concern.
So let's, you've cited two examples of treatment facilities where the objective was to recover purified water, whether it was for discharge or potable use, I don't know. And that's not really important to me. But so we've got two facilities that apparently were full-scale facilities. Certainly the Veolia plant was a full-scale facility. Is that right?
By
full-scale meaning that...
Yeah, comprehensive. It was a significant engineering effort.
And it looked like from the size of the photos that the Fairmont was also a full-scale facility.
Yes.
So the proposed regulation we've got is dealing with bench scale and pilot scale projects. Now, the fact that both of these apparently failed, wouldn't that argue for a need that we do bench scale and pilot testing? You've said many times that the science isn't there. How can we develop it if we don't do bench and pilot scale testing?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I agree. My concern is that in looking through the RFIs, it was clear that there was not a sophisticated knowledge, and a sophisticated knowledge is needed. So other than the one company I mentioned, which presented, a really sophisticated background on the norm, the naturally occurring radioactive materials issue, I would have questions. And as I understand it, the rule as it stands now would enable companies without sophisticated knowledge yet to go forward. And that is where my concern lies. Certainly, we, as you say, it is a technical challenge. We're a nation of entrepreneurs, and it's a challenge that I do believe can be tackled. But the problem here is tackling it, putting a crew, a subpar crew to try and tackle it can lead to major problems. And so I think one has to be very careful in how they enable companies to tackle it and not just open the door.
Well, an RFI, I've responded to many of them. An RFI can generate lots of proposals, and I've seen that list of 34 that you referred to. There's several of those proposals, I think, were just people saw that there was a big pot of money and they thought maybe they could take advantage of it. So
absolutely.
I don't know that that is a representative example of the companies that might actually be interested in putting together a pilot project. But then to go to the regulation again, it specifically states that there will be no discharge to surface or groundwater from a bench or pilot scale project. So I go back to my question, how can we develop technologies to better deal with this waste if we can't do bench and pilot scale testing?
The industry is, there's a curious market force at work here.
I'm sorry, what type of market?
There's a curious market force at work here. So oil field waste has been labeled, defined by the federal government as non-hazardous. It's an extraordinary exemption called the Benson and Bevel Amendments. And it means despite elevated levels of heavy metals, of benzene, of radioactivity, this waste by the letter of US law is non-hazardous. Now, one result of that, one ramification of that, is that companies can set up facilities within communities. You don't necessarily need a community meeting, which that's alarming because the community doesn't have a chance to weigh in on it. But it also invites people, what I would say, without the appropriate knowledge to enter this field, because by the letter of law, it's non-hazardous. I think there's quite a lot of experts who would disagree with that, and they do across the industry and argue that it is quite hazardous. But when you label it non-hazardous, you create an opportunity for it to be treated not so different than an innocuous waste stream. One quick example of that, in Ohio, companies looking to set up a produced water treatment facility would need to obtain what's called a chief's order. A chief's order is from the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, and it's an authorization from the chief of the oil and gas division saying you can do this. It's a one-page form. Their responses might go longer, but it's a one-page form. And answering questions on that, the form to set up a food truck is about 14 pages. So I don't think the states really understand the challenges. Certainly, it's not there in the law. The law enables people without savviness to enter this, and the examples I show portray what that looks like on the ground.
Can I interrupt? Excuse me. And just say for the record the name of the law that you mentioned that determined that they was non-hazardous, and if you could spell it, please, for the record.
Yeah, that's the Benson and Bevel Amendments Exemption. So that's BENTSEN and Bevel, BEVILL. And the exemption pertains to the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, or RCRA, RCRA.
Chair Thompson, it's noon. I'm wondering if we should take a lunch break before the 1 p.m. public comment.
Yes. I've got another 15 minutes worth of questions, I think. So
We'll do that after public.
let's take a break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
for your presentation.
We're going to take a 1 hour lunch break. When we come back at 1, unfortunately, I have to ask you to clear that little table off just for the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please. Good afternoon. This is a public comment session in the hearing on WQCC 23-84. This is a supplemental requirements for water reuse in the ground and surface water protection regulations. My name is Felicia Orth, designated as hearing officer. Again, this is a public comment session. I have approximately 6 names offering public comment during this session. We will also have sessions tomorrow at 9 and 1. And if we remain in the hearing on Thursday, the same thing, 9 and 1. And on Friday, if we are still in hearing, we will have public comment sessions then as well. Just a few things. I need to ask you to state and spell your first and last names. I need to put you under oath or affirmation, and then I need to keep your time limited to 3 minutes. Yes. Oh, okay. So this is Lisa O'Grady with our team of interpreters between English and Spanish. Mr. Maxwell, can you confirm whether you are hearing what I'm saying?
Your Honor, I can hear what you are saying, but it is very choppy. I'm not sure if I'm the only one experiencing this.
Okay. Apparently you are not the only one. So let's take a moment to get this under control. Okay, thank you. Let me. Okay, let's try this for a moment. Commissioner Rosatos, can you hear me? Is it less choppy?
Madam Chairperson, it's still choppy on my end as well.
Okay, I thought perhaps turning off our camera would help, but it did not.
No, sorry, ma'am, it's not.
Okay. Give us just a few moments then, and then I'll take public comment. All right. Commissioner Rosatos, join me again in conversation here. Is it?
Madam Chairperson, Madam Hearing Officer, yes, it is still choppy. I apologize.
Okay.
Are you hearing me, Choppy?
Not really. No.
Okay, so it must be from your end, Madam Hearing Officer.
Right. I'm wondering though if we could, is it unacceptable, or could I simply proceed since most of the sound will be coming from your side anyway?
So for instance, you said the word unacceptable, Madam Hearing Person, and we heard un, ek, and then bull. So we knew that you said unacceptable, but we are missing part of the word.
Thank you. We have an IT person in hand now. So let's just take a moment.
Are you able to hear us?
I heard that, yes.
I also heard that. That was very clear.
Okay, I think we're good.
Hello, is this better, Commissioner Rosatos?
Madam Hearing Officer, yes, much better. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right. Changing the mic out seems to. Yeah. She just moved over one. Okay, great. Thank you. So the 6 names I have, and I will call you in order, are Nathan Small, Peggy Baker, Laura Lucero, Paul Pino, Sarah Namask, and Savannah Woods. So let me start with Nathan Small. Can you hear my voice?
Excuse me, Madam Hearing Officer. This is Liz Taylor for Select. I understand that the mayor of Jal would like to make a comment to respond to something that just occurred in the last testimony. I think he should be allowed to say that.
Okay, so generally I accept public comment once from each person verbally. And I believe that's why the commission administrator encouraged the mayor to put his comment in writing rather than to give a verbal comment again. But tell me his name.
Stephen Aldridge.
Stephen Aldridge. Okay, I will put him here and call on him in the event we don't go too long with the names that we have.
Thank you. I would very much appreciate him being able to make a statement.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor. So Nathan Small, can you hear my voice?
I can, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. If you would please spell your first and last name.
You bet. First name is
All right.
First name is Nathan. Oh, is there an issue?
We're just muting other people. That's all.
Okay, got it. Perfect. First name Nathan, Nathan. Last name Small, Small.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Madam Hearing Officer, I do.
Thank you very much. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I'm going to start my clock here so I don't go over. Madam Hearing Officer, honorable commissioners, I deeply appreciate the opportunity to testify today. As stated, my name is Nathan Small. I'm privileged to represent House District 36 in the New Mexico State House of Representatives, where I also chair our House Appropriations and Finance Committee. I want to briefly discuss, Madam Hearing Officer and commissioners, why I think passage of this reuse rule is important, why I support it, and why it fits into work that we have done and are poised to continue leading on here at the state of New Mexico. Madam Hearing Officer, honorable commissioners, I am very proud that in the last year, we raised the New Mexico Environment Department budget by 27%. And going back to when I was first elected, we've increased their budget 181%. This means that we have more regulators doing the good work of helping oversee New Mexicans' health and safety. That is a key part of the Produce Water Act, which I was proud to sponsor and pass in 2019. That passed unanimously through the House of Representatives, nearly unanimously through the state Senate. That's helped save billions of gallons of water by encouraging and allowing for reuse within the oil and gas industry from treated produced water. In that legislation, we very clearly set out that any potential uses for any purpose outside of the oil field were fully governed by the New Mexico Environment Department. So we've invested in our regulators. We have wrote and passed clear legislation to give them increased authority. And now with this rule, we're poised to begin a very important process because, Madam Hearing Officer and Commissioners, as we all know, our surface water and our fresh water are over appropriated. We can't slice that pie too much thinner while we seek to continue to provide service and water to all those, including for ecological purposes. So that means as we diversify our economy, treated produced water, brackish water reuse is a very important part of diversifying our economy, growing our economy in a zero carbon and low carbon scenario. I've said publicly this year that I envision up to $1 billion or even more in this upcoming session being dedicated to all water priorities, including conservation, environmental flows, efficiency, and things wholly unrelated to water reuse and this rule. Also, I foresee as part of that investment, our ability to utilizing our incredible NMED staff and other state workers, build on success, safeguard our fresh water, be able to grow our economy with non-traditional water resources. This is a very carefully crafted rule, and I strongly urge you all to support it. Please know, and I'm happy to provide additional written testimony that shows how the legislature has made very significant new investments. We're poised to continue down that road, and that passage of this rule is a key step to protect not only our environment and our fresh water, but to fundamentally also grow our economy. Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner, or Madam Hearing Officer, and honorable commissioners.
Thank you very much, Representative Small. Peggy
Excuse
Baker.
me, Madam Chairwoman, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is John Foreman, and I have been scheduled for several days to speak at 1 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon. But my name was not one of the 6 people that you mentioned. I'm wondering, I hope I didn't waste a lot of time preparing to speak, and you're not interested in hearing me.
I'm happy to take your comment. I will call on you after I call on Ms. Baker, since I already called her name. Tell me your name again, please.
It's John Foreman, Foreman, from Raton, New Mexico.
All right, I'll call on you shortly. Peggy Baker, can you hear my voice? No, she may have stepped away. If she returns, I'm happy to take her comment. Mr. Foreman. Mr. Foreman, I think you had just unmuted yourself and then re-muted. Can you unmute yourself again?
Yeah, I'm having trouble with my phone. They want to keep unmuting me, or they're muting me. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. So you've given us your name and spelled your name. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I am from Raton, New Mexico. I've lived here for 2.5 years, came from Denver. Yeah. I'm ready to speak if you're ready to hear me.
Yes, I was just asking you to confirm that you'll tell the truth.
Oh, yes. Oh, sure.
All right.
You
And I'm
bet.
going to start your 3 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. The oil and gas industry has a problem. Wherever and whenever it produces oil and gas using the unconventional method commonly referred to as fracking, it also produces millions and ultimately billions of gallons of wastewater. This wastewater or produced water contains carcinogenic elements like arsenic, lead, radium, as well as toxic chemicals. Many attempts have been made over the years to cleanse the unwanted elements from this wastewater without any success. Current New Mexico law gives the oil and gas industry 3 options by which they can dispose of this excess contaminated water. And some of this will be repeated. I'm sure have heard this all before, but it can reuse the water by injecting it back into other wells. It can inject it underground into cavities, or it can store it in evaporation ponds. The first option is not realistic because there is simply way too much water being produced in the process for it to be used again. The second method has been proven over and over again to cause earthquakes. The third option, putting it into a refuse ponds, just ends up creating highly toxic sludge and doesn't solve the problem. Another option is to find some other ways that the toxic water can be used. That's what's being considered now. It seems to me like common sense to me dictates that the Water Quality Control Commission has determined that the wastewater produced by the oil and gas industry in the process of fracking contains these toxic elements. Using the wastewater in any way that might end up in the food, water, or air that humans or animals consume is not something New Mexicans want. I would be in favor of, I am not a scientist, but it only makes sense that if the wastewater is harmful to living things, then it doesn't ultimately make much difference, if any, whether humans are drinking the water right out of the well as it comes back up, or whether it's being sprayed on agricultural crops to be used by plants in the production of peppers or corns or anything else that farmers produce, or other animals. No living being should be eating any or consuming this wastewater. In either case, we are ingesting toxic substances. Without knowing what exact uses the produced water will be used for, my intuition tells me that if it has to be used for something, it makes more sense to use it in ways that won't allow it to be consumed by animals or people and get into our bloodstreams or our lungs. That also
Mr.
goes for
Foreman,
using the
please.
water. I'm sorry?
Mr. Foreman, please wrap up.
Yes. I've also read the results of reports that indicate that neither the board or any other state agency has developed evidence-based standards with which to determine whether the treated standards, in other words, you don't even know what is an acceptable level of toxicity in the effluent that is being produced. So it makes total sense to me that that would be the first step you would take, okay? The rest I had to
Mr.
say
Foreman?
is
Mr.
yes.
Foreman, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for listening to my comments.
And I invite you and anyone else in the room on the platform who has more than what can be said in about 3 minutes to send your comment in writing to Pam Jones, and it will be made a part of the record just as though it had been spoken into the transcript. Laura Lucero? Laura Lucero, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I can hear you.
Hello. If you would spell your first and last name for the transcript, please.
Nope, I muted myself again. Laura, L-O-R-A, Lucero, L-U-C-E-R-O.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I'm Laura Lucero. I live in Albuquerque. I'm a retired city planner, and early in my career, I had experience writing and reviewing environmental impact documents for a wide range of projects. I have 3 adult children, a number of grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. That fact is relevant because I'm very concerned about the environmental challenges we face today, as well as the world that we are leaving for future generations. I've also been authorized to speak on behalf of the Progressive Democrats of America Central New Mexico chapter. We oppose the discharge of untreated and treated produced water to ground and surface water. We have serious concerns that the industrial projects which this proposed rule would support will further entrench the oil and gas industry in New Mexico at a time when our top priority should be transitioning to clean and sustainable energy alternatives. I have read the proposed rule, and frankly, it raises more questions than it answers. What scientific standards exist for handling the produced water? The answer is none. Since we know, thanks to Jerry Redfern's investigative reporting in Capitol and Maine, that New Mexico state agencies don't have the resources to inspect and enforce current oil and gas regulations, even the best rulemaking in an ideal world is already handicapped, which should give all of us some pause. Rules on paper are only as good as they are implemented and enforced. In New Mexico, the track record for such inspections and enforcement is dismal, which leaves the public at risk for serious health and safety violations. Finally, the proposed wastewater reuse rule is a solution to a big problem that the oil and gas industry has today: what to do with its toxic waste from fracking. I have a solution. Stop fracking. We know we must wean ourselves off of fossil fuels instead of trying to keep the oil and gas industry alive with questionable rulemaking. Let's help the industry move towards a safer and more sustainable business practice. Explore the potential of geothermal technology, which I understand could be quite substantial in New Mexico. Many of the same skill sets that current workers in the oil and gas industry have might be transferable to the geothermal industry. I urge the Commission to think long-term, think outside of the box to find a solution. Please reject this proposed rulemaking. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Lucero. Paul Pino. Mr. Pino?
Hello.
Hello. If you would spell your first and last name for the transcript, please.
My first name is Paul, P-A-U-L, and my last name is P-I-N-O.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right, I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Okay. I would just like to say, just stop it. I'm a retired educator, a musician, a veteran. I joined the Army on my 18th birthday during the Vietnam War. I'm a rancher, a great-grandpa, and a downwinder. So, Democratic leaders, I can see how you got into this mess. You thought it was a good idea to clean up water and reuse it because it is our most important resource here in the high desert. But now that you know the liquid waste will not be clean, please stop this scam that you have fallen into. There was Republican Dick Cheney who exempted frackers from the Clean Water Act. Can you imagine the horror? Allowing anybody to pollute water. And now, fine upstanding Democratic leaders in New Mexico are stuck with his filth. So let's stop this process of trying to clean liquid that cannot be cleaned. Maybe send it to Saudi Arabia. They have lots of use for liquids over there. And for now, just stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pino. Sarah, namaste.
Yeah.
Sarah?
Can you hear
hello.
me? Hi.
Yes, thank you. If you would please spell your first and last name for the transcript.
Yes, my first name is Sayrah and my last name is Namaste.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
I will start your 3 minutes.
Hey, my name is Sayrah Namaste. I am the program co-director of a nonprofit organization called the American Friends Service Committee, which has been working in New Mexico for 50 years. I work directly with small-scale family farms across New Mexico, including several pueblos and the Navajo Nation. I'm also a mother of a child with cancer, and I want to thank you for your work on this commission and listening to the public. I speak today to urge the commission to reject the proposed water reuse rule. We need a rule, but not this rule as it's written. It fails to have necessary safeguards and standards to protect New Mexico land and water from toxins and radioactive particles, which would negatively impact the farmers I work with. It also could be a significant harm to people's health. This rule is premature because there is no first showing that fracking waste treatment and reuse can be accomplished safely. The rule has no standards for these demonstration and industrial projects. I've been listening to the testimony yesterday and today, and it reveals that more research is needed. Some people are saying that that is why we need these demonstration projects. But if those projects are not permitted or limited in a way by the standards in the rule, then anything can be labeled a demonstration project. The research should be on the oil field, not on places that put our clean water at risk or our farms at risk. You could approve a rule that says the department shall deny certification of any federal permit proposing to discharge, dispose, or reuse treated or untreated produced water off of the oil field. Studies show that fracking waste is highly carcinogenic and radioactive. A recent study by the Physicians for Social Responsibility documents the prevalence of PFAS, the forever chemicals, in oil and gas operations in New Mexico. Produced water commonly contains arsenic, barium, bromide, mercury, and benzene. These have the potential to cause cancer. As someone whose daughter is battling blood cancer, I don't want anyone to have exposure to carcinogens. This is not just an experiment with our water, it's an experiment on our health. My daughter has gotten excellent care at the UNM Cancer Center in Albuquerque, but being at her bedside as she underwent aggressive chemotherapy has been the hardest thing I have ever gone through. We probably all know somebody who has battled cancer or died from cancer, so I urge the Water Quality Control Commission to safeguard our water and land from these risks to our health. Thank you.
Thank you. Savannah Woods. Savannah Woods. Oh, you're in the room already. If you would please come up to this table and press the button on the microphone so that it's green. And if you would spell your first and last name for the transcript.
SAVANNAWOODS.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Our governor and the New Mexico Environment Department are framing the wastewater reuse rule as a solution to address our water crisis. But really, it's an
Ms. Woods, I'm sorry. You have to slow down a little because your words are being captured by the court reporter and the Spanish interpreter.
Okay. Should I start over? Our governor and the New Mexico Environment Department are framing the wastewater reuse rule as a solution to address our water crisis. But really, it's an ill-disguised attempt to solve the oil and gas industry's wastewater problem. Currently, produced water is being injected underground, but these injections have caused earthquakes, with over 2,000 significant quakes in 2022 alone. This is the real reason the industry is pushing the wastewater reuse rule. They have run out of options to solve their toxic waste problem. This problem threatens the oil and gas industry's future, which is why they are greenwashing and lying to sell us this plan. This rule will only poison our communities.
Of the chemicals and compounds found in fracking waste, which include radium and benzene, just 14% have been properly tested for health impacts. Recently in Wyoming, the state environmental regulator reported that several sections of streams where produced water is discharged are polluted to the point where they no longer support aquatic life. A study by the Journal of Environmental Science and Technology found carcinogenic chemicals like benzene, toluene, and other hydrocarbons in the California aqueduct near a Chevron facility that disposed of produced water in unlined ponds. These are just two of the studies among many that show that produced water contaminates precious natural resources. As a young person, I want to know that the water used in my state is safe. Once water is contaminated with radiation, it can't go back. The best way to preserve our precious water resources is to protect what we have, not bring in toxic waste from the oil and gas industry. We refuse to pay the price for their toxic waste problem. The only real solution to this problem is a halt to extraction. We are the 6th fastest warming state in the nation, and our state's annual average temperature has gone up 3 degrees Fahrenheit over the past 50 years. Fossil fuels are running out, and so is our carbon budget. It's time to envision a world that's not run by fossil fuels and contaminated by its waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer public comment? There will be more opportunities, but please come up to the table. If you would state and spell your first and last name.
Hi, my first name is spelled A-S-T-R-I-D, last name L-A-R-S-O-N.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Pull the microphone a little closer to you. There you go. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission, and hearing officer. My name is Astrid Larson, and I'm coming to you as a New Mexican, born and raised, committed to environmental justice and keeping our water clean. When I first started thinking about what I would choose to say to you all today, I found myself really struggling. Because what me and all the other dozens of people commenting are doing are asking for you to do is not to poison us. And that sounds crazy to say out loud. Produced water is not clean. It has been found to contain high levels of arsenic and lead, as well as other radioactive and carcinogenic materials. To think this is the water you want us to buy from frackers to use for our agriculture and our daily lives is almost unfathomable. People living in towns like Artesia and others by the Permian Basin are already facing the consequences of these toxic substances. There are many reports of New Mexicans with cancer and other health issues, and a state where healthcare inequality is already a major issue. When plans like Water Reuse Rule 2348 are introduced into our livelihoods, it disproportionately affects our Latino and Indigenous populations, who are a majority in this state. These bills contribute to the long-standing environmental injustice and racism in a state that prides itself in its so-called diversity and multiculturalism. These fracking companies and corporations are not our friends. They do not have the best interests of us, of New Mexicans, in mind. There are no safety and environmental protections in place that serve the people that you are intended to protect. So I end my comment today urging the Commission to reflect on what this rule really means to the state of New Mexico and to say no to this rule and introduce real water safety plans that will help, not harm, me and all other 2.1 million people who are living in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to offer comment during this comment session? There will be other opportunities. The next one will be 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay. Is there anyone else on the platform, aside from Mayor Aldridge, who would like to offer comment at this time? No? All right. Mayor Aldridge, are you on the platform?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for Stephen Aldridge, STEPHEN ALDRIDGE.
All right. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. I know that you may have started a public comment back in May, but maybe didn't take all of your time. So if you'd like to add to it at this point, I'll start the clock.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I'll be brief. There were comments made this morning that are misrepresentation of the city's position. It would be disingenuous of me to say that we don't have concerns. However, we've witnessed firsthand of what is possible during a pilot project just west of here. We saw fish swimming in an aquarium, healthy fish from water produced by that pilot project, plants growing. We have had and will continue to have conversations with water reuse companies. We had one last Friday. We'll have another Monday, more than a half a dozen prior to that. We live in the epicenter of the fracking going on down here. And we also see the possibilities that avail themselves with the reuse of water made available. It's I just wanted to clarify the comments made this morning were more of a misrepresentation. And in our conversations with the water reuse folks, they continue to take our questions, listen to our concerns, and give us opportunity to go see what they're doing and answer those concerns. We left the pilot project, went a quarter of a mile across US 285 back into New Mexico to a water recycle facility. The comparison between the two is remarkable, but we've seen it, and we're ready for rules and regs to be established to get some reuse outside of industry. Again, Madam Hearing Officer, thank you for this opportunity to just kind of clarify what was said earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, we have come to the end of the 1 p.m. public comment session for today. The next opportunity to offer public comment will be 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. There'll also be another opportunity at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, probably subsequent opportunities as well. Please indicate your interest to Pam Jones, the Commission Administrator. Let us return to the technical case. Let's see, Mr. Noble. Sir. Okay, I did not have her name. I'm sorry. We're taking one more public comment before we return to the technical case. Donna Detweiler, can you hear me? Donna Detweiler? Have you unmuted her? Ms. Detweiler, can you hear my voice?
Yes, hi, am I on now?
Yes, now you're on. Would you
Okay, my
please?
apologies. I had left because I thought the hearing was over.
Okay, hold on. Would you spell your first and last name for the transcript, please?
Donna, last name Detweiler.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
I'm going to start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I teach garden at an elementary school in Albuquerque, and I'm speaking on behalf of the rising generation that will have to live with the messes we allow to poison their future. I also speak for their teachers and parents who have to deal with the consequences. The proposed rule allows dangerous pilot projects that could have irreversible consequences that damage precious groundwater supplies. I want my students to be able to eat produce directly from our campus gardens and any other farm fields without worrying if it's been contaminated by radioactivity or other secret unknown ingredients of oil and gas extraction. It's time to stop coddling an industry that foists its hazardous waste on future generations, our kids and grandkids. Even though I work for a school that benefits from oil and gas royalties, I say we don't need the royalties badly enough to justify this specious experiment. As my shirt says, do unto those downstream as you would have those upstream do unto you. That's Wendell Berry. Please think like a watershed. In response to Mr. Small's contention that increased funds for enforcement will mean that health and safety will be upheld, I say that prevention is much more effective than trying to clean up contamination after the fact. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Detweiler. And now, oh, ma'am. Oh, all right. Ms. O'Grady?
Haven't received anything in the chat indicating, so if you could please.
Come up.
So if they are listening to the Spanish channel, then the interpreters that are in line will give the instructions to them now. If they can put their names in the chat, then we'll know that they want to give their comment. We would also ask them to speak slowly because the interpreters will interpret their comments simultaneously onto the English channel.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I also am now seeing, my apologies to Mr. Noble. I'm also now seeing Ms. Baker on the platform. And I believe I called her name earlier and we didn't see her. Ms. Baker, can you hear me?
Yes, this is Peggy Baker, and
Oh,
I was in touch.
hold on.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. Yes, hold on. If you would please spell your first and last name for the transcript.
My name is Peggy, P-E-G-G-Y, Baker, B-A-K-E-R.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do. However, there has been a misunderstanding, and I had to change my request for speaking until tomorrow afternoon, and I communicated that with your administrator this morning and confirmed it this afternoon. So I hope I can relinquish this slot and speak to you tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, absolutely. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. I saw two names. So 3 names.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm just going to send them a chat to make sure that they're on the Spanish channel.
Thank you. So I have 3 names from the Spanish channel. Marbeli Colindres, Blanca Diaz, and Maria Olivas. So let's start with Marbeli Colindres.
Sí.
Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Ok, mi nombre es
Hold on.
Betty, you will need to go onto the English channel.
Ok, mi nombre es Marbeli Colindres. Se lo voy a decir en español. M-A-R-B-E.
Señora, momento, por favor. Betty, Estás en el canal de inglés. Para darle la instrucción en español, tiene que cambiar a español.
Sí.
Sí.
Betty, are we ready?
Sí.
Sí.
Okay. So if you would ask Ms. Colindres to spell her first and last name for the transcript.
Marvelcolindres.
Thank you. And if Ms. Colindres would confirm that she swears or affirms to tell the truth.
Sí, lo prometo.
Thank you. I'm going to start the 3-minute clock at this time.
Ok. Buenas tardes, presidente y comisionados. Mi nombre es Marbeli Colindres. Soy residente del condado de Santa Fe y estoy aquí representando a Edgar, Poder Familiar y a la comunidad centroamericana. Como madre de familia y residente del condado de Santa Fe, sabemos que la contaminación que
Okay.
enfrentamos.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm very sorry to Betty and to Ms. Colindres. We need to have you speak one at a time. I will double the amount of time for you to speak so that we can have both the statement and the English translation of that statement. But it's really important that you speak only one at a time and pause a little bit.
Maybe you could suggest that she says one sentence and then it's translated and then back across.
Yeah, so if Ms. Colindres would maybe just speak a sentence or so each time, we can get through this. Thank you.
¿Quiere que haga pausas? Entonces le leo una oración o una línea y luego pauso. Ok. ¿Empiezo de nuevo o donde me quedé? Ok. Buenas tardes, presidente y comisionados. Mi nombre es Marbeli Colindres. ¿Prosigo? Soy residente del condado de Santa Fe y estoy aquí representando a Edgar, Poder Familiar y a la comunidad centroamericana. Prosigo. Como madre de familia y residente del condado de Santa Fe, sabemos que la contaminación que enfrentamos a causa de la extracción de petróleo y gas prosigo, no son solo químicos tóxicos liberados. Ok. No son solo los químicos tóxicos liberados por las antorchas o lixiviados de los pozos. sino también los desechos líquidos tóxicos creados por el proceso del fracking. Nosotros, al igual que ustedes, nos hemos alarmado y consternado al saber que por cada barril de petróleo producido, se generan 4 veces más desechos. Estos desechos líquidos son extremadamente peligrosos. Estos desechos, cuando se transportan y eliminan, representan graves riesgos para la salud. Para la salud de la comunidad de todo nuestro estado y especialmente de nuestras familias e hijos. Quiero advertir al patrocinador contra la peligrosa noción de que estos desechos reactivos, cancerígenos y venenosos deben reutilizarse especialmente sin ningún estándar de tratamiento científicamente probado. En proyectos en todo el estado. Estamos muy preocupados de que las agencias estatales responsables de la producción de de nuestro medio ambiente, de nuestra preciosa agua y de la salud pública están avanzando con una norma de reutilización. Bajo la presión de la industria que no está científicamente justificada ni es sólida. Están jugando con la salud de los nuevos mexicanos y están jugando con nuestro futuro y debemos tomar una posición para exigir que los desechos tóxicos del fracking sean tratados como tales. No tienen lugar en nuestras comunidades. Gracias por defenderse para proteger la salud pública y el medio ambiente.
Thank
Lo
you very
último es
much.
Oh,
por
I'm
favor.
sorry. Are you done, Ms. Colindres?
Sería lo último, por favor, vote a esta resolución hasta que haya protecciones suficientes. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Colindres and Betty. We'll turn now to Blanca Diaz. Ms. Diaz, can you unmute yourself?
Sí,
Hello. Would you spell your first and last name, please, for the record?
Blanca-Diaz.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Sí,
Thank you. I'll start the time now. Please speak slowly and just a sentence at a time to allow the court reporter, excuse me, the interpreter to interpret.
ok. Buenas tardes, presidente y comisionados. Soy residente del condado de Santa Fe y estoy aquí representando a Erker Poder Familiar. Y a la comunidad centroamericana del lado sur de Santa Fe. Como padre de familia y residente del condado de Santa Fe, sabemos que la contaminación que enfrentamos a causa de la extracción de petróleo y gas no solo son químicos tóxicos liberados por las antorchas o lixiviados de los pozos, sino también los desechos líquidos tóxicos creados por o lixiviados de los pozos. Sino también de los desechos líquidos tóxicos creados por el proceso del fracking. Los productos químicos PFAS se denominan comúnmente productos químicos. Permanentes porque incluso después del tratamiento, estas sustancias pueden permanecer. Y acumularse en el suelo, el ganado y los seres humanos con el tiempo. Como madre joven y embarazada en este momento, pienso en nuestro futuro y el futuro que queremos para nuestros hijos. Parece muy claro que la reutilización de residuos tóxicos con estos químicos sería gravemente irresponsable. Estamos muy preocupados de que las agencias estatales responsables de la protección de nuestro medio ambiente Estamos muy preocupados de que las agencias estatales responsables de la protección de nuestro medio ambiente de nuestra preciosa agua y de la salud pública está avanzando con una norma de reutilización. Bajo la presión de la industria que no está científicamente justificada ni es sólida. Están jugando con la salud de los nuevos mexicanos y están jugando con nuestro futuro. Sí, debemos tomar una posición para exigir los desechos tóxicos del fracking sean tratados como tales. Gracias por defenderse para proteger la salud pública y el medio ambiente. Por favor, vote no a esta resolución. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diaz. We're going to take a moment for the interpreter to switch. Ms. Olivas, can you hear me? Maria Olivas? What's the third name? Ms. Olivas? Oh, you don't, okay. Is that you? Oh, that's Betty. Thank you. The interpreter just also asked for Ms. Olivas and had no response. She may have had to step away. I'd be happy to accept her comment at another public comment session. So our public comment session is complete for the day. Thank you all for participating. Our next session is tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The session after that is at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll return to the technical case. And before I call on Ms. Nanasi and Mr. Noble, Mr. Davis, I believe you have something to share with us.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Commissioners, I wanted to give you an update regarding Melissa Troutman, which is Wild Earth Guardian's witness in this matter. I have consulted with the parties about possible paths forward, and I could not come up with a proposal that was acceptable to all parties. And I've also learned this morning that there is no way for me to give the commission or the parties a date and a time certain when we could make Ms. Troutman available to testify. Therefore, we are not going to move for any accommodations for Ms. Troutman's testimony, and we will not be moving to admit her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. In the event something changes before we adjourn, please let me know. All right, let's go back to Ms. Nanasi. Mr. Noble, when we broke for lunch, Chair Thompson was in the middle of his questioning of Mr. Noble. So, Mr. Thompson, Chair Thompson.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Mr. Noble. So when we broke, I was questioning you. We were talking about pilot plants, and it appears to me that we need ability to do pilot testing in order to develop the technology to manage this. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, and just to confirm I'm understanding you correctly, I think there is a difference between a facility that kind of gets its testing done as it's going on the ground versus, I guess, what's called bench scale, something that is honed and perfected in a laboratory setting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think bench scale is commonly expected to be done in a laboratory, whereas pilot scale is usually in the field.
Yeah.
That's certainly my understanding.
Okay, and if you're running the question by me based on my knowledge on this topic, I think a bench scale, a laboratory setting is at least initially more appropriate because if things can be controlled, whereas once you're doing pilot on the ground, it does lay room for greater risk.
So I agree. But you're not a design engineer.
Absolutely not.
And do you think it's reasonable to expect generation of data or information for designing a full-scale facility based on a bench-scale pilot test?
And this is, as you pointed out, this is getting out of my area of expertise.
Okay. Yeah. And we don't know why either Fairmount or Clearwater facilities were not successful. Clearwater claims that it was economics.
Well, what we know, and I think the New Energy Economy has a scientist who has a much deeper background in the chemistry of produced water, but is that they were unable to safely and appropriately remove the contaminants in the waste stream and treat it. And as it's been told to me by scientists, and I rely on these people as sources, is that when you have quite a lot of salt, it makes certain geochemical processes difficult. Just the matter of the high salt content alone makes the use of various membranes more challenging.
Okay, I'll buy that. And perhaps, I think you're referring to Dr. Vingosh.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Perhaps he can help us understand what happened with those other facilities.
I think with more scientific rigor than me, yes.
Okay, but at the same time, you mentioned earlier, I believe, that there are over 200 produced water treatment facilities in New Mexico.
So this is correspondence I just recently had with the New Mexico Energy Ministry. They said there are approximately 205 active produced water recycling facility registrations.
Okay, and so you assume these are full-scale facilities, not pilot facilities.
I'm just learning about this information as I tunnel down this pathway. One question I have is, well, how many are currently operating? And they were the appropriate regulatory agency to ask that question. I've sent back some replies where I try and parse the nature of these facilities in more detail.
Just for the record, excuse me, just for the record, that has been uploaded into Dropbox at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's Exhibit 29.
I haven't checked Dropbox since 3 this morning. So there's a large number of facilities in New Mexico and no knowledge of large-scale failures.
Well, this is where I am actually alarmed by the responses I received from the regulatory agency, because I asked them, and what I was looking for were inspection reports, because that would be one indication of whether things are going wrong or whether the facilities are operating smoothly. So I asked them, does EMNRD or any government agency regularly inspect these facilities? And can you lead me to a web page where I can easily view and download these inspection reports? Oh, apologize. I'm going to read through that sentence again. I went back to the fast pace. I'm sorry. My question to them was, does EMNRD or any government agency regularly inspect these facilities? And can you lead me to a web page where I can easily view and download these inspection reports and any potential corresponding NOVs, notices of violations? And their response was, the OCD does periodically conduct on-site inspections. However, the inspections are tied to individual facilities and are not readily available on OCD's imaging system. Currently, the OCD has only issued one NOV to a produced water recycling facility. So what I take from that response is these facilities are not regularly being inspected, and I don't think a determination can be made that they're operating fine. We don't know how they're operating. They haven't been examined rigorously.
Okay, but at the same time, there have been no catastrophic failures like either Fairmont or Clearwater. Nothing that has reached the public attention in the form of news reports of any media.
And I'm not just trying to disregard your question. I think it's a good one, but I think it's important to remind the commission that we know about the Fairmont brine facility because of my reporting. EPA was aware, but they were not acting on that knowledge. They were not moving towards Superfund status. When I published an article in the press about it, yes, now we know. So just because there isn't publicly broadcast information, I am not going to say that that doesn't mean there's an issue. And I think this brings up one of my main points of concern with these facilities is they often operate under a shadow of darkness. Often people in the community may not even know that they're right down the street from a produced water treatment facility. There is a lot of infrastructure in the oil and gas industry. Many people think injection wells are just another oil and gas well. Many people might think these facilities are maybe processing fresh water. So there's a lot of obscurity there.
Okay, I'll buy that. So let me just kind of close my line of questioning here. That the commission was charged by the legislature, I think in 2019, to come up with standards for treating Produce Water Act. So help me out. We've got it before the commission. We've got a proposed water reuse rule. It deals with domestic wastewater, municipal wastewater, industrial wastewater, and produce water. And so you are opposed to the provisions that pertain to produce water. Is that correct?
Within the rule, you mean?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. I think it enables room for some of the problems that I've seen throughout my reporting in its current wording.
Can you offer any suggestions on how we can modify the proposal to address the concerns that you've raised?
Yeah, and it's my understanding that New Energy Economy has submitted an amendment or an amended rule that addresses some of the concerns that my testimony has raised.
And have you read those?
We've just been discussing it recently. So I think some of the things that are laid out is, for one, there needs to be a provision for NORM, what the industry, NORM, NORM, and that is an acronym for naturally occurring radioactive materials. It's a shorthand way of saying the industry needs to demonstrate that they are aware of these risks and paying attention to them. And that is not in the present rulemaking. That is one very important point. And then as I see it, another important point would be to, before you enable, again, an on-the-ground pilot that poses risk to the water supply, to the community, and to the workers as well, that facility, operators would have to demonstrate, again, this idea of bench skill, demonstrate in a more controlled setting that they can really do this. And I am not saying how that should be done. As you pointed out, that goes beyond my ability to analyze. But what I have seen is that the pilot project ends up being the project, and it's done in the real world. And if it doesn't work, it contaminates the real world. And I think we would want to try and avoid that sort of scenario.
We had testimony yesterday from Mr. Gom that the regulation, proposed regulation, doesn't describe or doesn't identify what a pilot project would be. If we put some kind of a maximum scale on a pilot plant, say 5 gallons a minute, 10 gallons a minute, 500 barrels a day or something like that, something that could be contained, would that satisfy some of your concerns? Small scale as opposed to full scale.
So just to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, so to ask submitting companies the ability to demonstrate that they can do this on a small scale before ramping up to a large scale.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that type of reasoning is really appropriate here.
So perhaps we could modify the regs so that it would say something like pilot scale projects must be smaller than X barrels per day. And then they should offer complete containment. So that might be double wall pipes. It might be double liners on any containment structures or something like that.
What you're saying sounds reasonable, and I think again another really important point is to ensure that these operators understand the complexities of these projects. I mean, ask them to analyze what went wrong out there. They should be able, if they can do a facility that's going to work, they should say this is what Clearwater did wrong, and how we're going to do it differently. That sort of demonstration that they really understand that they're entering a complicated geochemical terrain, not just a simple treatment system.
So let me ask one last question. You focused on norm. I understand, but that's not the only carcinogen in this soup. Should we also be worried about other carcinogens?
Yeah, it's a great question. Radioactive elements are interesting. It's complex, but you can track radioactive elements in a way that you cannot track and trace benzene, for example. Benzene has many sources, and it's difficult to fingerprint. Where is the benzene coming from in the oil field? Because of the chemistry of produced water, researchers like Dr. Vengash can look at a variety of things. They can look at the relationship between different isotopes or forms of radioactive elements. They can look at the daughter products that these elements decay into, and they can really build a powerful picture of the signature. This is demonstrated in my book, relying on some very important cases from Louisiana. Radium has even been tracked into the bodies and bones of oil field workers. That's much more difficult to do with some of the other contaminants. This is one of the reasons I focused on it. But certainly, yes, there are other concerning contaminants.
I'm getting kind of wonky here. If we had a produce water treatment facility that removed radium, but it also removed arsenic, now we're subject to both RCRA as well as AEC, Atomic Energy Act. So it becomes a mixed waste.
Well, this is interesting. As I conveyed, the oil field waste is exempt from the subtitle C of RCRA. They also are not regulated under the Atomic Energy Act. So, and this is, I think, part of, and I'm glad you're digesting it, part of, what I want as a takeaway here is that these different exemptions, and I certainly understand, RCRA is a very interesting, the Benson and Bevel Amendments is a very interesting exemption. It came about after the oil embargo in 1973, when the US wanted to be reliant on our own energy sources and not rely on foreign oil sources. This makes a lot of sense. And I think, there's valid arguments that being reliant on foreign oil sources puts the country in a security risk. But to do that, the oil and gas industry needed this exemption because if it was too well regulated, it would be cost prohibitive. And that's one of the things the exemption enables. But where it runs up against the wall of public health is have workers who are covered in sludge. And in one instance at a facility I haven't spoken about yet, we were able to test the boots, the headlamp, and the hard hat of one of these workers who was covered in sludge. And the sludge had radium levels that were far above EPA limits for Superfund sites or uranium mill cleanup sites. Now, by the letter of US law, that's, quote, non-hazardous waste. But, I tell this worker's family, because often these clothes are washed in the family washing machine, that it's non-hazardous. I mean, it's inappropriate at this point. So what I'm trying to say in answer to your question is the current exemptions create the possibility of sloppy operating practices and ill-informed operators to get involved in this very sophisticated treatment process.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Again,
thank you.
Catch up on your sleep.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Commissioner Bayless, do you have questions? Commissioner Brinkert.
I do not, but did the oil and gas folks tell you what did they call these facilities that they had? They were regulating OCD.
Oh, you mean my communication with New Mexico?
Oil Conservation Division.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on, because they did make they said the Oil Conservation Division registers permits produced water recycling facilities pursuant to 19.15.34 NMAC, produced water drilling fluids and liquid oil field waste. The objective of this rule is to encourage the recycling, reuse, or disposition of produced water use in a manner that will afford reasonable protection against contamination of fresh water and establish procedures by which persons may transport and dispose of produced water, drilling fluids, and other liquid oil field waste. There are approximately 205 active produced water recycling facility registrations. Note, the OCD only permits recycling facilities where the recycling water goes back into oil field operations. That's their complete response. And I appreciate you bringing it back to that. I'm, for me, journalistically, still trying to understand more clearly exactly what these facilities are. Note they say 205 registrations. Does that mean 205 operating facilities? There's still a little bit to be parsed out given their replies to me.
Sure. I encourage you to look at that regulation, 19.15.34. It defines what a recycling facility is, what a recycling containment is. Normally, a recycling facility includes a recycling containment, which is essentially a huge pond where the produced water goes into. Then, when it's needed at a well, it's moved to the well. So it's not really a treatment facility.
Well, the point of the ponds, because I am familiar with these, it's a settling process. I mean, this is a cheap way of treatment. You put stuff with a lot of sediments in a big lake and let the stuff settle out on the bottom, and ostensibly then you have a cleaner fluid because you've let a lot of the gunk, which would be heavy metals and radioactive heavy metals, settle out. Another point of concern in those replies was that material is often called sludge. Sometimes it's called tank bottoms. And I asked EMNRD what is happening to the sludge, and they replied the OCD does not currently track the amount of sludge generated from a recycling facility. Now, this is, again, concerning to me because we would expect that sludge to have high levels of heavy metals potentially high levels of radioactive heavy metals potentially high levels of volatile organics. And we want to know where it's going. Is it being appropriately disposed of? Whether it can be defined as non-hazardous by the Benson and Bevel Amendments exemption, it certainly has hazardous properties. And OCD is saying that they don't track it. I think that's a point of concern. Where is it ending up? And what are the levels in it?
I'd encourage you to look at that regulation. It's sort of as a cradle to grave regulation with financial assurance, closure requirements, et cetera. So a lot of the answers are in that rule. I'm not saying we should copy that rule, but that's just the reality. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vihil. All right, thank you, Commissioner Rosatos on the platform.
No questions, Madam Chair, Hearings Officer. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We return now to questions from the parties, but we've been sitting almost an hour and a half. So let's take a 15-minute break, come back at 2:40, and then we'll start with the parties. Let's come back from the break, please. All right, when we began the break, the commissioners had completed their questioning of Mr. Noble, and now it's time for the parties. I see Ms. Shaheen in the questioning seat over there. Go ahead, Ms. Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, Commissioners. Mr. Noble, my name is Sharon Shaheen, and as we talked briefly, I'm here on behalf of the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association. Is it fair to say that your testimony primarily concerns the radioactive nature of produced water?
That's correct, yes.
And you do not have an educational background in nuclear sciences, right?
Correct.
You're not a geologist.
No.
You're not a nuclear scientist or engineer.
I have, as I stated initially, dual masters, one in journalism and one in earth and environmental science. So that takes me into the realms of some of these topics, but no, I don't have a doctoral or PhD.
Okay, and you're not a chemist.
No.
You've never trained or been employed as a water quality specialist, have you?
I have not. But just to remind you what I am a science journalist, which gives me ample opportunity to connect to these exact sorts of scientific professions that you're mentioning.
And you've never been employed by any company in the oil and gas industry, is that right?
Correct.
And you have no educational background in medicine, is that right?
Correct.
Have you yourself conducted any peer-reviewed technical studies relating to radioactivity in produced water?
I actually have a study coming out. I'm working with an atmospheric scientist. It's going to be a paper that addresses radioactive emissions in the oil field, and that's going to be published. We just learned, so I'm just looking for the name. I think it's the Journal of Air and Waste Management. But no, that is not produced water. But I am working with a number of scientists to get some of my reporting out in the public, in the peer-reviewed scientific community. So shortly, I will have published papers behind my name.
And so, same question with respect to produced water generally. You yourself, you've not conducted any technical study relating to produced water.
Depending on your definition of the word technical, it's not entirely accurate, because in a number of instances, I've worked either with workers or with community groups or health professionals to get samples of produced water tested at formal radiological analysis labs. And again, in an area where there's a lot of grayness in terms of the data, any data points we can get are important. So in some instances, we know so little, the workers have access to the produced water in their trucks. Trucks spill into a creek. In instances like that, I've worked with groups to take samples and have them tested for some of the radiological constituents that we've been discussing.
Okay, so just to rephrase my question briefly, you yourself have not done that testing?
No, that's done by a radiological lab in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Okay, so turning to your CV, I think that is Exhibit 1 to your testimony. It was originally identified as NEE Exhibit B and then renamed, I believe, as NEE Exhibit 2. And as I read your CV, since 2005, you've worked as a journalist. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is working as a journalist your sole source of income?
I have other sources of income as well. Yeah, I work at a convenience store in my community.
Nice, nice. Nonetheless, your CV includes a science category. Is that right?
Yes.
And your science background includes first, for 2 to 3 months in 2006, you surveyed birds in Kenya. Is that right?
Correct.
And then in 2005, for 1 month, you deployed some type of instruments to measure underwater earthquakes.
Yeah, associated with the Hawaiian hotspot.
And in 2004, for about 6 months, you surveyed endangered plants and lizards on the Mexican border. Is that right?
Yeah, in California on the not New Mexico, Mexican border. Yes, with the BLM, Bureau of Land Management.
Okay, and then finally, you were a research assistant to someone who, quote, cored lakes on the Peruvian Altiplano and trees on the slopes of Bolivian volcanoes in the pursuit of paleoclimate data for a couple months in 2003. Is that right?
That would be a paleoclimatologist. And I do believe that I referenced this work when I first introduced myself, saying that science has been a way for me to learn about the world, to get out into parts of the world that are, far from my home. But yeah, I appreciate you going back through it.
And so you have no other scientific, hands-on technical experience. Is that right?
Other than the examples you've laid out?
Yes.
And I'm just pausing because that no other requires me to, really think back through. There's been other science gigs that, I've had throughout. Not all of them, I believe, are listed in the resume. But if I may just try and address possibly where you're going with this question. No, I don't work in a lab that analyzes radioactivity. I work with different scientists, and we would send the samples to that lab. I am not the person looking and determining the level of radium, and that certainly is a task that's far beyond my expertise.
And so with that background, is it fair to say that your testimony is based on reading and on interviewing different folks?
Certainly, but just to say different folks, I think downplays the amount of work that has went into me gaining knowledge on this topic. It's been 7 years of extensive research and reporting, reading the scientific literature, and as I began with, science is beautiful. It lays out its trail of how it got there. So you can read a paper, you can follow through to see where they are citing information from. I can pick up the phone as a journalist and talk to the researchers. And it is those processes, and also speaking to former regulators, to oil field workers, that have really given me, knowledge that I can sit here and present you all with today.
Turning now to your testimony. At pages 5 through 8, you testify about, quote, radioactivity levels in the oil fields of New Mexico, end quote, focusing on radium and in particular radium-226 and radium-228. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Should I give you a minute to pull it up?
And I'm looking for the scientific report that is drawn from. And as I conveyed, there's not a lot of data, but we recently there was a paper in New Mexico that discusses radium levels in the Permian.
Is that an adequate description of your testimony in those pages 5 through 8?
Say it again.
The representation that I just made about your testimony, is that accurate? Isn't that an accurate description of your testimony there?
I believe so, yeah. And I am citing, I just want to clarify, these aren't studies I have done. I am citing a report that a variety of reputable New Mexico institutions came out with regarding the radium signature of Permian produced water. That's what I'm referencing in the passage you just read.
And is that reference in your testimony?
I believe so, yeah. And that is, I know, one of our original exhibits, because that's a very important paper.
Do you agree? I think you do. You testified earlier that the radioactivity you're talking about is a result of naturally occurring radioactive material, otherwise known as norm. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. And it's an important point of clarity. A lot of people are confused and think the industry is injecting it. No, it's naturally occurring. Yes.
And are you aware that the Environment Department has a rule that relates to norm, which is administered by the Radiation Protection Bureau?
I don't know the specifics of that rule, but certainly would be interested in seeing what sort of documents it requires companies to submit, what sort of safeguards it contains.
Going to page 7 of your testimony, you refer to, quote, various protective health-based limits, end quote, established by EPA and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah, I believe so.
And there you recognize that a nuclear power plant can discharge water when radium-226 or radium-228 are less than 60 picocuries per liter. Is that right?
Yes, yeah, that is their limit.
And do you acknowledge that treatment methodologies exist to allow discharge by a nuclear power plant?
I'm not familiar with the workings of nuclear power plants.
Would you agree that treatment methodologies do exist that could also treat produced water as necessary with respect to discharge from a nuclear power plant in accordance with the EPA health-based limits on levels of radium?
I guess my issue with the question is you're asking me to assess whether or not a nuclear power plant has a radium-rich waste stream that they are then treating and able to get it below 60. And I'm not aware of the waste streams of a nuclear power plant. So I can't say that they are treating it. They have a very different body of waste and waste streams, although they are in many instances dealing with some of the same radioactive elements relevant to the oil field.
Maybe I should ask my question differently. Because you recognize that water, when radium-226 or radium-228 is less than 60 picocuries per liter, you recognize that that can be discharged, correct?
By a facility overseen by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, yes.
Okay, so you don't know whether that water is treated before it's released? Is that your answer?
Yeah, I don't know enough about the workings of a nuclear power plant to know if they're starting with 10,000 picocuries per liter and trying hard to get it down to 60, or if they just have a small amount of radium in their waste stream and they don't need a robust treatment system. I don't know about that. It's an important and interesting question, but I would not, you should ask a nuclear physicist who works at one of these power plants.
Okay, thank you for that. At page 8, lines 8 through 10, you refer to the EPA's Regulator's Guide to the Management of Radioactive Residuals from Drinking Water Treatment Technologies. And then that paper is attached as Exhibit 6 to your direct testimony. Do you recall discussing that paper in your testimony?
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought it up because it's a really important paper and it's something I haven't been able to discuss yet today.
Do you agree that the Regulator's Guide provides guidance to community water systems regarding compliance with EPA's radionuclides rule?
Yeah, and I need to clarify why this paper is so significant. Drinking water treatment plants are taking in raw water and trying to make it fit for human consumption. Now, unbeknownst to a lot of people, there is naturally occurring radium in the sources that drinking water treatment plants draw their drinking water from. These levels are far below what's found in oil field brine. EPA's limit is 5 picocuries per liter. Even if a drinking water treatment plant is taking raw water in that say is 4 or say it's 6 above the limit picocuries per liter, they're going to want to remove the radium. And even at those very low levels, part of what this document conveys is that because a drinking water treatment plant is taking in so much water, they develop a radiological hazard at that facility. Now, I don't think it's appropriate to say, oh, a drinking water treatment plant can remove the radium. Why can't the oil field? Because water has a very, very different geochemical water coming from a river that a drinking water treatment plant is taking, has a different chemical signature, vastly different than oil field produced water.
And are you relying on, is there a study that's within the regulator's guide that talks about that?
They don't talk about fracking wastewater or oil field produced water. What they do say is that in parts of the country where drinking water treatment plants are operating and there are naturally high levels of radium, a drinking water treatment plant has to be particularly concerned about what are called residuals. Just like we talked about sludge settling out of a brine tank, drinking water, you don't think of it as filled with different sediments, but it does have suspended solids. As this document points out, it has radium. If they remove that, they create residuals. And if you are in an area where you have naturally high radium levels, those residuals can become quite radioactive. So radioactive, as the report conveys, that material could not go to a traditional local landfill. It would have to go to a low-level radioactive waste disposal site. EPA also provides a warning for industries that generate radium. And the oil and gas industry certainly is an industry that generates radium. It's pulling radium up from the ground, it's putting it at the surface, and EPA lays out a warning that drinking water treatment plants operating in areas near industry that enhance or elevate the radium levels would also have to have some of these concerns about their residuals.
Does the regulator's guide actually refer to those areas that are purportedly in a place where there are more industry that somehow creates additional radium? Or is it just generally for all drinking water facilities? Those are the regulations, and this is how you treat that water.
I'll find you the exact wording because I think it is important. They don't signal out the oil and gas industry, but they signal out industries that enhance the radium levels of their area. So oil and gas would certainly fall under that.
And so they then instruct the drinking water systems as to how they can remove that radium. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. But again, the problem, the technical challenge is not removing radium, it's removing radium from a waste stream that is vastly more complex than what a drinking water treatment plant has to deal with.
Have you done that comparison yourself?
What do you mean done it?
Compared produced water analysis with drinking water analysis, or drinking water or water that's being treated as drinking water? Have you performed that analysis?
No. I mean, that what you lay out is a really interesting study, and I'm sure someone out there has looked at that, but I haven't done it.
Moving on to page 9 of your testimony, you rely on a 1982 report prepared for the American Petroleum Institute. I believe it's Exhibit 2 attached to your direct. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And you talked about that with the commissioners earlier, didn't you?
Yes, I brought that up in my testimony, correct.
Do you agree that this report is an analysis of radionuclides as a hazardous air pollutant? And it doesn't address radionuclides in produced water, right?
That's incorrect. It does talk about produced water. While that is the title, the report addresses a lot of the different radiological pathways. and right early on in the report, and I believe I've highlighted it, here we go. Almost all materials of interest and use to the petroleum industry contain measurable quantities of radionuclides that reside finally in process equipment, product streams, or waste. In addition, groundwater used for water flood and brine solutions from operating wells contain biologically significant quantities of radium-226 and radon-222. So the report does mention produced water.
But there's no analysis of radionuclides in nuclear water.
There's a very detailed analysis at the back of this report.
I'm sorry, I'm talking over you, and I need to ask my question again because I messed it up. As I read the report, I don't see an analysis of radionuclides in produced water in that report.
Just so I ensure I'm understanding it correctly, what do you mean by analysis?
I don't see any specific numbers that relate to radionuclides in produced water.
I would have to re-examine the report. There's actually some very interesting and important analysis that they do towards the latter part of the paper, where they look at levels of radionuclides across a number of the industry's waste streams. They analyze potential cancers, human exposures. So there is some good analysis, and I would have to, refresh it and confirm that they're not analyzing produced water. They discuss produced water, as I just conveyed, and you're right, the intent of this paper is looking at emissions, but as is, you hear it at the end of their quote there, significant quantities of radium-226 and radon-222. I discussed this early on. Radon-222 is a direct daughter of radium-226. So if you have a lake or a pond of produced water, and we talked about this, this hasn't necessarily been something that has come up. It's not necessarily something the public, unfortunately, is informed about, but that pond would be venting radon, and it would be a source of radon because the radium is inherently blasting off radiation, decaying, and radium-226 decays to radon-222. So any pond of produced water becomes a significant emitter of radioactive particulates, which is absolutely the subject of this paper.
The only water analysis that I could find, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, the only water analysis that I could find in that exhibit relates to groundwater delivered to Houston homeowners for consumption.
Okay, yeah, like I said, I would have to recheck the paper. I certainly don't think that discredits this document. It's a very important document in discussing some of the concerns, and also concerns for workers, which are mentioned in this paper and isn't something we've discussed much yet.
That brings me to my next question, because at pages 11 to 22 of your testimony, you narrate a number of anecdotal stories about workers and concerns regarding radionuclides that you collected in interviews with various people. And you recall that testimony, correct?
Yes.
None of these anecdotes relate to New Mexico, do they?
No, not the ones I presented.
None of these stories are supported by any technical report or study, is that right?
No, that's absolutely incorrect. There's quite a number of reports, published scientific research, and actually we have a document that has been newly updated to the exhibit list. It's exhibit 28, and it seems an appropriate time now to pull it up. It's a document from the International Association of Oil and Gas Producers, and the title is Managing Naturally Occurring Radioactive Material Norm in the Oil and Gas Industry. So this is a 69-page report that walks in detail through the radiological hazards of oil and gas work. The problem that I have found in my reporting is that workers have absolutely no idea that this document exists. This document has some very good guidelines on how to safely work around oil field waste. Workers are not informed. And I'm just recalling one specific incident when I printed this document up and I showed it to a worker in Ohio. His jaw dropped. He said, "Watch this." He took his cell phone, took a photo of one of the diagrams in the document, blasted it out to 50 coworkers, and his phone was just buzzing continuously, people sending messages. I won't repeat them with a lot of profanity, but these workers were very upset to learn that they had been facing dangers in their job, that documents existed to describe those dangers, and they were never informed.
That study wasn't referred to in your direct testimony, was it?
No, but I'm glad I have a chance to bring it up now.
Moving on to pages 23, 24 of your testimony, you opine that, quote, it is technically impossible to create a plant that truly has no discharge, end quote, to the environment.
I don't recall using the words technically impossible.
I'm sorry. Oh, do you want to take a look?
Yeah, well, if it's there, please read me the exact wording.
Okay. You don't have your testimony handy there?
Well, let's search for tech. Oh, yes, thank you. So I see the wording you referenced, and the line is just as you read it. I think here.
Let me ask my question about it.
I apologize.
Your statements in this regard do not pertain to any specific facility in New Mexico. Is that right?
That's correct.
And again, I did not find any citation to a technical report or study in your direct testimony that supports your opinions in this regard. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you're appropriate to spotlight, a line that may be more flippant than some of the others.
And the only papers that
More flippant.
the only papers you've cited are your journalistic articles. Is that right?
Yeah, but I think it's important to note, I did not want to burden the commission with a huge amount of papers. When I realized the nature of some of the I apologize, some of the rebuttal testimony against me, this is part of why I realized that perhaps I was in error, and I really should have presented many more documents, and which is why we added them swiftly as we could to the record. So there are quite a number of documents, and if the commission is interested, I would be happy to back these statements up with industry documents, government documents, things far beyond just my own reporting. But yes, the way it stands now, I don't think it's thoroughly cited.
Moving on to pages 24 to 29. You rely on your book to testify about a specific product called Aqua Salina that is purportedly, quote, manufactured with brine from conventional gas wells, end quote. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are you aware that representations similar to your testimony regarding Aqua Salina were the subject of a lawsuit styled Duck Creek versus Odell, and that an appellate opinion was issued in that case in April as 2024-Ohio-1051?
I'm intimately aware of the details of that case. The issue here is the person who was the receiver of that lawsuit stated that this was radioactive fracking waste in an online post. Now, it is not fracking waste, it is oil field waste, and that is legitimate. So that part of it was incorrect. The issue, a bigger part of that statement is the word radioactive. But again, we have EPA's own definition of radioactivity. And I'm just going to, again, I read these numbers earlier. The Ohio Department of Natural Resources went to Lowe's, they went to Hartville Hardware, a local hardware store. They took jugs, they processed these samples, they tested radium at formal radiological analysis labs, and they determined that the Aqua Salina sample from Lowe's had 1,663 picocuries per liter of radium. Again, we have the definition of radioactivity is 60. So it is appropriate to call this radioactive waste. That is appropriate. There's some other interesting complications with that lawsuit, but by the letter of U.S. regulatory guidelines, we can say that's radioactive waste.
Then you're aware that the lawsuit resulted in a consent judgment and order granting permanent injunctive relief that in part prohibited and enjoined the plaintiffs, quote, from referring to, describing, or implying Aqua Salina as, or any synonyms for, frack water, fracking waste, fracking fluid, fracking byproduct, toxic, carcinogenic, cancer-causing, poisonous, radioactive, end quote.
I think what you're highlighting here is what community advocates who try to speak out on plain harms face. They often face what we call slap suits from powerful corporations. It does not necessarily mean that the corporation is in the right. It means that people have gone through great effort to silence concerned residents who are raising reasonable harm. So the lawsuit is problematic, but it is accurate to say that the person was in error to call it fracking waste. It is not fracking waste.
And the court did require the plaintiffs to pay the manufacturer a sum of money, correct?
I'm not aware of the details of that.
Moving on to pages 29 to 53.
I bring it up because it's important and I appreciate your questioning on this. I think it's important to note that the Ohio Department of Health has actually done an about turn on Aqua Salina. They re-examined that product recently, determined that it has radiological hazards that exceed an abundance of caution, and they have recommended that it not be used. That's different than their earlier stance. So I think even the regulatory agencies in Ohio would now be in agreement with me, at least their recent report conveys that they are concerned about the application of this product.
And are you aware that the product is still available for sale on the internet?
That's alarming.
At pages 29 to 53, you relate a number of other anecdotal stories in reliance on your book in an effort to link these stories to the quote, the rare bone cancer Ewing sarcoma. Do you recall that testimony?
Absolutely.
How much of this testimony is taken directly from your book?
I believe I took whole sections because the reason I wrote a book is it was a concerted effort to say things as best as I could on these topics. So, in points it seemed relevant to take passages that seemed appropriate to be in the record.
Have you yourself conducted any technical study that supports your thesis here?
Well, no, I have not. That's not my role. But what I have done is highlighted the very important studies of an Ontario epidemiologist, worked as an epidemiologist for the province of Ontario, where there is naturally high radium levels, and there's also elevated incidence of Ewing sarcoma. Although the general medical consensus is that radioactivity is not an instigator of Ewing sarcoma, Dr. Murray Finkelstein, the name of the epidemiologist, examined and had quite a lot of data at his disposal because he worked for the government. He examined radium levels in drinking water and Ewing sarcoma and actually did find a statistically significant connection between upticks in radium in drinking water and Ewing sarcoma. Just to say what that means that this one study by this one person actually found that when you increase the radium in drinking water, and these are, again, no oil and gas, this is naturally occurring radium. When you increase the radium in drinking water, they found an increased incidence of a variety of youth bone cancers, including Ewing sarcoma. Now, the way science works is that's important. That doesn't necessarily mean we can say increase the radium in drinking water and cause Ewing sarcoma. It takes a lot more science to come up with a consensus or fact, but certainly I think that it's relative information that an increased levels of radium in drinking water have been found in this instance to lead to an increased chance of developing Ewing sarcoma.
And just to be clear, that doesn't relate to produced water, right? These are not studies that relate to produced water, correct?
The connection and the point is made in the book because for many years, Pennsylvania allowed the practice of taking produced water directly to sewage treatment plants or facilities called centralized waste treatment plants. These facilities, especially the sewage treatment plants, do not have appropriate technological savvy to process or treat produced water. It is a completely inappropriate waste stream for a sewage treatment plant. And these facilities have discharges right into the same rivers that Pennsylvanians rely on for drinking water. Now, there is a long record of contamination from that process. And we also have some very important scientific reports that came out that convey that radium from the oil and gas industry's produced water is accumulating in the Pennsylvania environment. I just was looking at a paper that was published the other day demonstrating that downstream of oil and gas treatment facilities, the scientists found elevated levels of radium in the tissue of mussels. So this is relevant because just as mussels take in contaminants from their environment, a drinking water plant will take in water and everything in that water. So I think, the point of mentioning that is an important one, and to point out that Pennsylvania enabled this unsound practice, and let's look at what the ramifications may have been resulting from it.
So to clarify, your testimony in this regard doesn't have anything to do with New Mexico, correct?
That is correct.
And it doesn't have anything to do with the Permian Basin, does it?
Well, I would say it has implications, but yes, you are correct to say that the examples I've drawn on are from outside New Mexico.
And as we discussed earlier, this testimony is basically about a medical condition, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at with that question.
Well, you're correlating a number of stories about high levels of radium to cancer, right?
There are a number of cancers that have been found to be elevated in southwestern Pennsylvania. And I'm trying to look at a variety of important contaminants in the environment that may have been a cause, possibly may. So I'm not at all saying A cause B, but I'm saying here are some important scientific studies to look at where people found things relevant.
And as we discussed earlier, you have no medical training, right?
That's correct.
And you've conducted no technical studies or drafted any technical reports in this regard, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, Ms. Shaheen.
You want me to hurry up?
Please.
Okay. Moving on to pages 58 to 64. You relate a series of anecdotes from workers in the industry. Is that right?
That's correct.
You don't rely on any technical study or report in support of that testimony, do you?
In the testimony itself?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe there I'm laying out worker anecdotes, which I think is really important and relevant.
But you provide no detail as the individual, the location, the well, or the company that any of the anecdotes pertain to, do you?
I don't think all that information is provided in all of the examples, no.
And you do acknowledge that it is standard practice for, quote, swampers to wear personal protective equipment. You recognize that?
Yeah, but I also recognize that many swampers disregard that, and it's explained in detail in the book why they disregard that.
Did you confer with any of the companies that those workers were employed with about their employees' complaints?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. If a company is mentioned, if a person is mentioned, I always send them a detailed list of questions. And in the book, it's conveyed, but these companies have not responded to these questions.
They don't respond to your questions? I'm sorry.
That's correct. Yes, the companies have not responded, but certainly the allegations and the questions have been run by them in detail. The one instance where we have a bit of a back and forth between the companies is the Fairmont Brine example I testified about earlier, because in that instance, the president of the company said that workers were given a radiation training manual. The workers, and I spoke to 4 of them, said that is not true. We were not given it. So in that case, I was able to go back to the gentleman, run by them that the workers are conveying that they did not get this, and there was more of a back and forth. They haven't responded, by the way, to my latest round of questions.
Moving on to pages 65 to 70, you opine that, quote, the same radionuclides found in oil field wastewater environment have led to accumulation of radioactivity in the beef milk pathway. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah, but I believe I was referring to radioactivity connected to uranium mills. And again, I'm using another industry that generates waste where there's actually been more scientific study on the food chain. So the studies are from the uranium industry, but they are relevant to the oil and gas industry.
That was my question. Well, my first question about that is, have you conducted any technical study on this subject?
Not only have I not, there does not appear to be a lot of technical study on the topic, and that's something I hope to change because there needs to be.
And to make sure I understand your testimony, you said that the studies you relied on relate to uranium mining, and you didn't look at any technical study or report relating to produced water, right?
No, that's not accurate. There are a number of studies I've looked at. Argonne National Laboratory, which is the Department of Energy's most sophisticated radiological analysis lab, has done studies. And there's a number of other studies. And some of these are mentioned in the exhibits that talk about produced water and threats, downstream, so to speak. The Argonne study in particular discusses a concern for the practice of land spreading. In many states, it is legal to take drilling waste and other oil field waste and apply it to pasture land. This is concerning for a number of reasons, but the Argonne study looks at that and actually raises concern about that particular practice and the radiological ramifications of that practice.
Okay, forgive me, but I need to make sure I understand, because we're talking about pages 65 to 70 of your testimony. And are you relying on the Argonne study with respect to that testimony about the beef milk pathway?
Yes, so let me just find exactly the sentence you're referring to. Yeah, so as I see it, I'm openly referring to other studies having to do with the uranium industry and their relevance to the oil and gas industry. And I'm doing that because we don't have the studies that look, for example, in Oklahoma, at what laying drilling waste onto pasture land means for the cows that would be consuming that forage, which is grown on drilling waste. Those would be important studies. As far as I know, we don't have them. So I'm trying to reference other industries where we do have studies in regards to what radioactive contamination means when it's ends up in a farm setting. And I think an important point here is the studies I referenced from the uranium industry. Often when a uranium mill is in operation, a pile of waste will be left behind. Now, if you're a farmer and say you're a couple miles downwind, some of that waste may blow onto your farm. And a lot of those studies look at that sort of setting. What happens when you're farming near a pile of uranium waste? How much is being deposited, what's called foliar deposition, onto the crops? How much is being taken into the crops? And what about the human down the line who consumes them, or who consumes the milk from a cow that's consuming the crops? Now that waste is removed from the farm field. What's happening in the oil and gas industry in some places is they are actually directly applying the waste to pasture land. But yes, we do not have studies. We desperately need them.
Okay, and in New Mexico, you don't know of any instances where they're applying produced water to pasture land, right?
And just to clarify, it's a different waste stream. So here we're referring to solid oil field waste, such as drilling waste, which comes up in the drilling of a well, used drilling muds, drill cuttings, things like that. And also there may be the application of some oil field sludge, which would be concerning.
And just to clarify, you don't know of any instances that has occurred in New Mexico, right?
But not because it's not, it is or is not occurring. I focus that part of the book on Oklahoma and Texas to a lesser degree. So it'd be, it'd be a good thing to look into.
At pages 70 to 77 of your direct, you testify about saltwater disposal wells, right?
I'm with you here.
Okay. Have you reviewed the proposed rule
that we're discussing today?
That's at issue in this proceeding?
Yeah.
And does that rule propose to regulate saltwater disposal wells?
No, but as I mentioned early on, I think for a commission that cares about water quality, I think the revelation that injection wells pose harm, for one, is important. And we were able to find the documents that Commission Member McWilliams asked for, and they have some revelations along those lines from the state agencies. But I'm also trying to give you all context, as was demonstrated in a number of the videos and the news clippings. The injection wells are problematic, and the industry is trying to move away from them. So I think it's important to see the context of why produced water treatment is so necessary, and why, frankly, there's somewhat of a rush to dive into this. Part of the reason has to do with the problems with injection wells. So I'm not trying to waste y'all's time here. I think it's presented because I think it's quite relevant to the issue of produced water treatment.
Okay, but you don't know of any authority that gives the commission authority to regulate saltwater disposal wells, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to your rebuttal testimony. At page 1, 5 through 8, you testify that workers...
Can you just wait till we get there, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could you tell us what page and line number, please?
Page 1, lines 5 through 8.
Okay, we're here with you. Thank you.
Okay, there you testify that workers in treatment facilities that may be authorized by proposed 20.6.8.400B-C would likely be exposed to carcinogenic and toxic substances and radiation like they have been in other parts of the country. My first question is, you didn't identify any direct testimony that is the subject of your rebuttal here. Can you identify the testimony that your rebuttal testimony rebuts?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm just trying to determine who we were rebutting, because there was a specific testimony that we are rebutting. But I can't think of it at the moment. But there was a specific. I've been following the proceedings, and there was a specific testimony that this was in response to.
Okay. I appreciate that. In your rebuttal testimony, you don't cite anything in support of your opinion. Is that right?
Yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out. I think what's clear is even if I'm overloading you all with references, it's better to do that. So I'm happy to pass along. Yeah, well, sorry. I did present some. So one of the things I referred to was a very important document from the Ohio Department of Health, Bureau of Radiation Protection, where they went in and visited a treatment facility, and they found a number of deeply alarming practices. They were not even versed in how to use a Geiger counter. One of the Geiger counters hadn't even been turned on. They found no safety procedures when it came to norm handling. They found the workers largely uninformed of practices. So that is presented in the testimony.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, because what it seems like is you're assuming that treatment facilities are not going to be complying with the regulations that currently exist, or the regulation that is even proposed. And so you're relying on instances where folks are not complying with the regulations. Is that right?
Well, no, I'm more relying on what that 1982 American Petroleum Institute paper states, which is that this is a complex waste stream, and radioactivity is one of the complex contaminants in this waste stream. So any facility dealing with it, processing it, trying to clean it up, means they're removing some of the solids, which means they're removing some of the radioactive elements, and that is cause for concern. So I think the statement is appropriate, that any facility trying to do this, indeed backed up by the American Petroleum Institute itself, faces radiological concerns.
Give me just a minute. I think a lot of this you've already talked about, and I don't want to go through anything we've already talked about. So let me just make sure I understand your testimony. Is your testimony that there should be no treatment of produced water because any treatment of produced water could result in some sort of contamination?
I'm not saying there should be no treatment, but the second part is correct. Yes, a treatment of produced water could involve in some very serious contamination. So it needs to be done with a rigor that doesn't currently exist. And I just want to address, because just in the way you're speaking, you're referencing some of the oil field worker stories as if this is not necessarily an important part of the picture. I'm aware that when I talk to an oil field worker, this is not a scientific report, but I think what we see, and I saw it in Mr. Jacoby's rebuttal, is this tendency for the industry to say they've got procedures for this, everything's happening just, hunky-dory. Well, really, let's talk to the workers who are actually cleaning out the sludge tanks, which I do at length, and they convey a very different picture. So I would not belittle the testimony of these workers who it's taken great courage for them to speak out against an industry that has provided for them and their family. I think their revelations on the harms are very important to pay attention to.
I'll just ask you one last question. Because when I hear your testimony, I hear you say that we should not be disposing of produced water in saltwater disposal wells, and we should not be reusing treated produced water. So my question for you is, how should we be dealing with the produced water?
I mean, I think you should direct it at the industry that has deceived the public and the laws of science for over a century on this issue. This is their problem. I'm just analyzing the sloppiness that they've laid out across the table. But yes, you're absolutely appropriate. The industry never solved their waste problem. They didn't solve it in the 1800s. They didn't solve it with injection wells, and they certainly haven't solved it now with the current state of produced water treatment. Now, of course, America is a huge oil and gas producer. That's an important part of the economy, but they face a very serious problem with their waste that you are correct to interpret they haven't appropriately figured out yet.
So what is the answer? Do you have an answer?
I don't think it's appropriate because you're asking me essentially to provide an opinion. If you really want one, I can talk through some of the options I think are interesting. But I think what's apparent to me is that the industry hasn't solved the problem themselves, and it's their problem. And by them not solving it, we've all been put at risk. And by the way, foremost, their workers have been put at risk.
Thank you very much for your time and your patience, everyone. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shaheen. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Mr. Noble?
Your Honor, like Member Dominguez, I will not be questioning this witness. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Ms. Massey.
Ms. Officer, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate now. I did send it to the parties in response to Commissioner McWilliams' questions about Ohio that were not included in Mr. Noble's formal testimony. He has provided to you. I haven't uploaded it to the Dropbox. I did give to all the parties, and I'm willing to either ask Mr. Noble to just name them, or how would you like to proceed? But I think it's only fair to respond to the commissioner. Also, I would like to respond further to the initial objection by NMOGA and I believe Select Water Systems and Mr. Maxwell about the exhibits. So number one, they were asked about by the commission. So clearly this low bar of relevance standard should apply. Secondly, I just about an hour ago got about 4 new exhibits from NMOGA to address their witnesses, and that there would be another one coming as soon as their paralegal got to it. So what I would like to say is not only did the commission ask about this, but Ms. Sheehan asked about many things that were contained in the responses that in the exhibits that respond directly to Ms. Sheehan's questions about, hey, is there any evidence behind this, these investigations, these conversations with workers? And then specifically, there were questions by the commissioners about the RFI table, and also the exhibit 28 that Mr. Noble referred to in direct response to Ms. Sheehan. So I would like to actually move not only 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and then label, if you allow me, these 4 other exhibits in response to Commissioner McWilliams' questions. And I would say that it's the 30 through 33. Thank you.
All right. Again, I did not have a chance to study the exhibits, so I will take up this discussion further.
Should I upload those 4 to Dropbox, and then obviously the commission can also see them at that point?
Yes, go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor.
Madam Hearing Officer, if I just may respond to one of Ms. Zanasi's comments about the NMOGA demonstratives that were uploaded. They were actually revisions to previous PowerPoints that had been uploaded in May. We're not seeking to get those admitted as exhibits. They'll only be used as PowerPoints in the presentation of our witnesses.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Shaheen. Ms. Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Noble. I'm Liz Taylor, representing Select Water Solutions. And I just have one area of questions. I think you've been asked all the questions I had on my list already. In your rebuttal at page 8, line 14, I'll let you get there.
Yes, I'm there.
All right. You state that there are no scientific peer-reviewed studies that show that the discharge and disposal of treated produced water off the oil field is safe. And I added that middle part just to put it in context. Is that a correct summary of your testimony there?
That's correct. Yeah.
Did you personally conduct a literature review to come to that conclusion?
No, not. I've conducted a pretty full one, but I haven't seen every single paper. No.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the NMOGA exhibits?
Some of them, not all of them.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Mr. Cox.
No questions for this witness, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hightower.
Thank you. I'll try to do a better job today when asking questions. So I just have a few questions. I think they're going to be complementary to what you've presented today. You mentioned that the federal regulations currently do not classify produced water as a hazardous waste.
That is correct.
But I do think that they do include produced water as a hazardous material.
What would be the definition of hazardous material and under what?
So a hazardous material would be a material that has some level of either toxicity, radiologic impairment, high salinity, high pH.
I'm not aware of hazardous material, but what I am aware of is that hazmat, for example, when you see a truck with a placard, produced water, trucks carrying produced water do not have to have hazmat placking. So in that context, they do not have appropriate placarding indicating their hazardousness. And there's a number of there's a very important fire chief who serves as a really interesting source on that issue. Fire chiefs, of course, being people who are very cognizant of hazmat issues.
So the reason I brought that up is that, are you familiar with the Journal of Hazardous Materials? The technical journal?
Yeah, it may have come up within the research.
Okay, because we published information on produced water in the Journal of Hazardous Materials. So they
Mr.
consider.
Hightower, now you're making a statement.
Okay. So I was going to mention that there is technical journals that consider produced water as a hazardous material. And are you familiar with those journals?
I'm not, and I would love to read those papers, but the problem is when a facility is put into a community, that journal article means not. What matters is the federal regulations.
But I think what it shows is that many people would agree with you that produced water needs to be handled as a hazardous material.
Oh, then we can definitely agree on that.
Okay,
Yes.
I thought you might. Okay, all right. You mentioned that the produced water in Pennsylvania, and we'll stick specifically to the radiological issues of radium, are significantly higher than New Mexico.
As we know the data sets, yeah.
And you mentioned that the values for the Marcellus are on the order of 10,000, more or less, picocuries per liter.
Yeah, 9,330 average.
Okay. Are you familiar with any of the studies done by the New Mexico Consortium on the amounts of radium in the Permian Basin produced water?
I searched high and low for studies that convey radium. So if I missed something, shame on me. And I'd be very interested in seeing them.
So there's a summary presentation of that work in NMOGA's Exhibit 61. So you might want to look at that.
What are the levels that are conveyed
in that?
Hold on.
He's asking me questions. Is that okay?
Yeah. No, we need to focus on Mr. Hightower's questions of you.
Okay.
And you can refer to NMOGA Exhibit 61 at your convenience. Other questions, Mr. Hightower?
Sure. So are you aware that the results of essentially 46 wells in the Permian Basin showed an average level of radium 226 and 228 of about 200 picocuries per liter?
I would immediately be suspicious of those results because that is well below levels found in any oil field across the country. And the data that has been peer reviewed, and it's the study I mentioned, shows levels to be significantly higher. So, I mean, that 46 is a large sample. If that is the average, not only is it below averages we already have in peer-reviewed science for the Permian, but it's well below formations across the country. But I take you that, you looked at it and that's what you found.
If you look at that, I think you'll see that it is relatively low. But my question to you is, it's still above, even though it's 200 and it's low relative to a lot of produced waters, it still is above the 50 picocurie per liter limit that is kind of identified as a hazard level. So it is.
Mr. Hightower,
would you consider it as hazardous then?
Well, yeah, if we're following EPA's definitions, and just to clarify, there's a hazardousness definition that was not formulated in the end because EPA did not end up considering radioactivity. But when they proposed it, 50 was the limit. The other limit I've been mentioning is 60 picocuries per liter. Right. Yes, 200 is still above both of those.
And so if we're looking at treating produced water in the Permian Basin to reduce the hazards due to radium, we will have to look at that because it's over 200 or it's over 50, it's 200, and we have to address those.
I would think so, yes.
You would agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the state of New Mexico for treated drinking water is 5 picocuries per liter. That's fairly consistent with what you have seen in other states.
Well, that's national. So that's
Right.
the EPA's safe drinking
Right.
water limit. Yes.
And so for land applications of water in New Mexico, the current standard is 30 picocuries per liter. Is that similar to what you see in other states for land application?
I'm not familiar with all of the state's limits, but that seems cautious, and that seems like an appropriate limit.
So from your standpoint, as we look at using treated produced water, we need to make sure that these radiologic materials are addressed and that the values that kind of currently exist in the standards for the state of New Mexico are generally appropriate or consistent with other states.
Yes, and I think you're laying out, I think your point here is that we already have limits, the 60 limit, for example, for the nuclear industry, and to keep a discharge below that. So yeah, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are already appropriate discharge limits.
So even though that they're low in the Permian, we need to make sure that they're even lower and meet those requirements. And that this, in your opinion, these radiologic materials need to be handled appropriately.
And just taking issue with the low in the Permian, I haven't had the opportunity.
We won't worry about that. You can look at the exhibit and look at that. Okay.
Gentlemen, one at a time.
So the only thing that I have then is if we concentrate as we treat the produced water so that we can reduce the limits in water that would be used outside oil and gas, we would have to handle the increased concentrations of the radionuclides that end up in what we would call the concentrate or the residual.
Exactly. And this has proved a very problematic waste stream for the industry. And I mean, you bring it up so it's relevant. One issue is that this sludge can have such high levels of radioactivity. Even oil and landfills are not necessarily looking for oil field radioactivity, but they do have radiation detectors, and this sludge can set them off. So the industry has set up what are called downblending facilities. They'll have human workers mix this radioactive oil field sludge around with non or less radioactive items like coal ash, lime, or ground up corn cobs. And these are just items readily available in a lot of oil and gas areas. And I just want to illustrate how much of a problem that is. What's happening, the industry is not making the radioactivity disappear. They are using these workers to mix it around enough that it can be cloaked to such a degree that they can take it to a local landfill rather than take it to the appropriate low-level radioactive waste disposal site. And there's a lot of detailed, and not just anecdotes, examples of the dangers of those facilities. One in Ohio was just recently shut down, and the Attorney General launched an investigation. So that is a very concerning waste stream. And yes, you must pay attention to it.
But you do agree that some of those waste streams from a radiological standpoint are significantly different than the waste streams that you might see in New Mexico in the Permian Basin. If the values of 200 picocuries per liter are truly the values that we see in produced water and not 9,000.
If you have produced water at 200 picocuries per liter, the sludge accumulated out of that tank of produced water, yes, we'd expect the levels to be lower than the Marcellus, but it still would be a radiological hazard. And again, I point back to the EPA drinking water paper because they're processing water with maybe 5 or 6 picocuries per liter, and still their residuals can have quite elevated levels of radioactivity. So 200 is much higher than that. We'd still expect it to be problematic.
So it needs to be addressed.
Absolutely.
But it's not as difficult maybe as the 2 examples that you had out of West Virginia and Pennsylvania that have relatively significantly higher levels than we do here.
I mean, again, I don't think I have enough authority to say it's less important. It is a hazard if the limit, is something like 5 picocuries per gram, and the sludge has radium at 10,000 or 25,000. That's still, wildly above certain guidelines that EPA has set. So I guess I'm wary of saying it's less dangerous. I think it still would be dangerous even at 200.
Yeah, I didn't say less dangerous. I said maybe less complicated to handle. And
Yeah, and I appreciate the tone of the questioning, but I still, being the skeptical journalist, would say I think I need to see, for example, let's look at the sludge. Let's look at the sludge let's go to a produced water treatment facility. Apparently, there's 205 operating in New Mexico, at least registered. And let's look at a facility that's been going, not just a shiny new one, but going for a couple of years. And let's take a sample of the sludge at the bottom of one of their brine tanks that hasn't been cleaned for a bit. And then we would start to learn data that would make me more confident in answering some of these questions.
I agree. I think that's appropriate. And I'm finished. Thank you very much. Did I do better on the questions this time?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis. Terrific. Ms. Fox. Thank you. And Mr. Knight. Okay.
I can do better with the microphone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Approaching
Please.
it slowly and cautiously.
Yes. And please, everyone, just try to remain steady in front of your mics.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. And you mentioned the fact that produced water is not classified as a hazardous waste under RCRA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But that doesn't mean that other federal and state regulations wouldn't apply to produced water. Is that right?
What do you mean by other?
So for instance, wouldn't such things as the Clean Water Act, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, Safe Drinking Water Act, as well as other state acts and regulations still apply?
Yeah, yes, certainly.
So you would agree with me that it isn't necessary for something to be classified as a RCRA hazardous waste in order to have protective criteria, correct?
I think the problem here, unfortunately, you mentioned OSHA. OSHA has been largely absent from these facilities. OSHA has enabled absolutely horrific practices to occur at these facilities. Certainly, OSHA can be one organization that, if it is vigilant, can be protective of workers, but I have not found that to be the case in my reporting. And so this early declaration of hazardousness ends up being very important. And when it is not granted, in my opinion, it creates room for quite a lot of sloppiness and inattention down the line. So this is why I stress it and focus on it so much.
I certainly agree with you on worker safety. But there, again, you'd agree that there are other mechanisms when we're discussing the protection of human health and the environment that extend beyond RCRA.
Absolutely.
And I believe you said that you were not aware of New Mexico's specific regulations for the protection of workers from NORM, or I think more correctly, T-NORM, as it's from produced water in the oil and gas industry, which are codified in 20.3.14 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. You weren't aware of those when you wrote your testimony, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And you are aware that there are, or are you aware that there are other divisions and bureaus within the New Mexico Environment Department that specifically oversee worker safety?
Yeah, yes, certainly.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And these are matters I'll be looking into more. So I appreciate you bringing them up. Thank you for the question.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Ms. Anasi, do you have any follow-up?
Just a couple. Mr. Noble, Ms. Sheehan asked you if your testimony has been backed up by studies, both in your testimony or that is referred to in your testimony. And I was wondering if, for instance, in your rebuttal, you can talk about some of the studies that you refer to and what they're about.
Well, I think some of the most relevant studies have to do with some really clever ways in which
researchers in Pennsylvania have assessed the environment to determine if radioactivity from oil field waste has indeed entered the environment. So looking, very simple studies have been conducted. And again, you have one of the world experts on this topic, I believe, coming to testify. But if a facility has a discharge point, you can test the sediment at the point of discharge. You can test just upstream of the discharge. You can test just downstream of the discharge. And if radioactivity levels are significantly higher right at the discharge and just downstream than just upstream, this can be an important indication that this discharge may be maybe enhancing the radioactivity of the environment. Another study, and I mentioned this one, has to do with looking at freshwater mussels. There's a number of important bioindicators. Oysters are one. If you're in an estuarine environment and in a freshwater stream environment, freshwater mussels can be really important. And this paper that just came out by researchers at Penn State University, they look at the tissue of freshwater mussels and determine that there are elevated levels of radium downstream of centralized waste treatment facilities. And not only that, but that these radioactive signatures linger in the environment even for years. And I mentioned this, there was a concerning practice of bringing produced water to sewage plants. That practice was stopped, and yet the researchers still found that the signatures linger years later. So some of these, I think these are really important papers. Another one that comes to mind is a USGS study done in North Dakota where there was a brine spill, and the researchers tracked radium downstream with the creek. And they actually looked in a floodplain about 4.5 miles downstream and found that even 4.5 miles downstream, radium had accumulated in the floodplain at levels that were above EPA cleanup standards. And that's alarming because that is, again, providing a pathway into the environment. And so we now can confirm radium moves through the environment when oil field wastewater, produced water is spilled or inappropriately discharged.
So I'm just going to give you two examples, Exhibit 12 and Exhibit 13 that's attached to your rebuttal testimony that was filed in May of this year. Those are two of the several studies that you referred to. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
I have one last area, and that is that essentially boil down all your amazing testimony that you've proffered today. You are pleading with this commission to require that safety standards be included in a rule going forward, and that it particularly address norm and the impacts to workers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nasi. Any reason not to excuse Mr. Noble? Oh, Commissioner Branker.
I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, members of the commission, but during the course of this, I just made the mistake of reading one of the exhibits that Mr. Noble has relied on, and was major part of the discussion with Ms. Sheehan, which is this, if I understand, Mr. Noble, the only real study concerning the Permian Basin, Exhibit 5, on radioactivity, correct?
Yeah, and can you just read the title of that scientific study?
Occurrence and behavior of uranium and thorium series radionuclides in the Permian Shale hydraulic fracturing waste.
Yes.
And you referred to that study numerous times in your direct testimony.
Because as I'm aware, and apparently now there exists other data of radium signature in produced water, but as I was aware, this was one of the only peer-reviewed science publications detailing levels of radium in produced water. So that is why, to me, this is indeed an important study.
And your conclusion was that the levels, and I don't know how you converted from becquerels to picocuries, but
multiply it by 27.
Okay, that's what I looked it up on the internet. And that's what I came up with. So, okay. These are concerning levels of radium in oil field wastes in Permian Basin. That was your conclusion?
Well, they're above various limits as we've laid out.
Can you get to that report?
Yeah. I got it. Okay, so I've just drawn it up now.
Okay, can you get to the end?
Do you mean the conclusion?
Yes, the conclusion.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, in the last paragraph, I can read the first two sentences, or you can read the first two sentences.
These elevated levels are of radiological significance and represent a major source of radium in the environment. However,
Okay. Next sentence.
However, the risk assessment study indicates that there is little or limited potential for radiation exposure to the public and workers from the oil and gas development. That's a fine statement. I would disagree vigorously with it.
And the final sentence, I'll ignore the numbers. The resulting dose from the activity concentration in oil field waters are well below the natural background radiation dose and the NRC limit effective dose limit per year for the general public.
No, you're reading it correctly. I am not relying on this study because I agree with their conclusions. I'm relying on it because the paper contains important data.
Okay, but they use that data then in a risk assessment, and their conclusion, the risk assessment is that there's little or no danger.
And that's absolutely appropriate for you all to pay attention to, and that's their conclusions. But I would run that by Dr. Abir Vengash, and I would run it by other people. But yes, certainly that's their conclusions. I don't necessarily agree. I think there's a lot of ways to assess or not assess pathways and come up with conclusions. One of the studies I cite was done by the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. This is where we get the numbers that I've been bringing up, an average radium level of 9,330 picocuries per liter. And yet the conclusion to that study is there is little or limited potential for exposure. Now, what I have found, and call me cynical, but often these studies will have conclusions that say that there is not risk, but in the data and in the guts of the study, I think there is often reason to be quite alarmed. That same Pennsylvania study actually expresses risk to a number of different workers from radiological exposure. And yet, yes, that is their conclusion. So I think it's appropriate to highlight it, but I focus on the data in the study. And that's why I bring this study up.
Thank you.
Okay, any reason now to excuse Mr. Noble and take a break? Yes? Oh. Okay. Commissioner Fry.
So your redirect or your council's redirect, you said request safety standards and norm standards as they apply to workers. Do I have that correct?
Say that again.
That you request safety standards and norm standards as they apply to workers.
Absolutely.
Do you have a short version of what those would entail?
I don't have that, and I know I'm being handed it right now, but I don't think I'm ready to immediately produce exactly what those would entail. I think I'd be happy to be part of that discussion as an advisor to New Energy Economy, because I do think my time with workers could provide some insight, but I can't tell you right now exactly what that should look like.
Okay, but it would include PPE and that kind of thing.
Certainly, that would be foremost, yes. And also controlled zones. So there are areas where levels are higher and different protocols have to be carried out in those zones. And in other levels, in other areas where levels are lower, there can be different protocols. At some of the facilities I mentioned, workers were eating lunch right in the space where there's significant contamination. That's a very easy thing to change with a significant, public health outcome.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, thank you. All right, it looks like we can excuse you now, Mr. Noble. Thank you, Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you.
Let's take 15 minutes.
Thank you.
How did I do what? Why did you do it? That's her. All right, we are back after a short break. We'll aim for getting as much done as we can before 5:30, and then we will have to quickly vacate the room. So let's see what we can fit in the next 60 to 70 minutes. Ms. Olson, I see you at the table there.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer and Commissioners. So I think things have gotten a little jumbled with shuffling parties around to accommodate everybody, but NMOGA is prepared to present its first witness, Missy Courier, who I understand is on WebEx.
All right, Ms. Courier, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Terrific. If you would please spell your first and last name for the transcript.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Missy Courier, MISSICURRIER.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Courier. It's a little awkward trying to look way up at you, but I'll do my best. So you've already stated and spelled your name for the record. Can you please state your current professional position?
Yes, I'm the president and CEO of the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association.
And I believe the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association is commonly referred to as NMOGA throughout this hearing. Can you just give a brief overview of what is NMOGA?
Yes, NMOGA is a trade association that works with elected officials, community leaders, industry experts, and the general public to advocate for responsible oil and natural gas policies and increase public understanding of industry operations and contributions to the state.
Ms. Courier, would you slow
Yes,
down, please?
Yes, sorry. Would you like me to repeat that?
No, just slow down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many members does NMOGA have?
We represent over 180 member companies.
And can you please summarize your professional experience prior to becoming the CEO and president of NMOGA?
Yes, ma'am. Prior to my current role, I have primarily worked throughout the Permian Basin in community and legislative affairs roles for numerous industries, including WIP, the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, as well as ExxonMobil and community relations. Most recently, I was a contract lobbyist as well as the president of the Economic Development Corporation of Lee County in New Mexico.
And in your capacity as the current CEO and president of NMOGA, is it necessary for you to understand the position of your members on issues impacting the industry?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about determining what the position is of NMOGA and its members?
Consensus is reached through committees that are made up of member companies' subject matter experts. And we also consult with other experts who have extensive technology, who have extensive knowledge of current and innovative technologies. In addition, we work through the committee process and when necessary, take committee's recommendations to the full board of directors for them to determine either a position or a direction for the trade to go.
And as part of your responsibilities, do you represent and speak on behalf of NMOGA on issues that are important to your membership in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review the reuse rules that were proposed by the New Mexico Environment Department?
Yes, I have.
And does NMOGA consider the reuse rules to be important to its membership in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, ma'am. Member companies have decided that the rule is very important, not only for their individual businesses, but finding ways to further diversify the economy throughout the state.
And can you elaborate on why NMOGA and its membership considers this an important rulemaking?
NMOGA member companies have a vested interest in protecting the environment, which includes the responsible use of water resources in the state, practical rules that allow for reuse and encourage the continued development of advanced technologies and data collection. Water reuse is critical to supplement the water resources in New Mexico, ensuring sustainability and resilience. NMOGA members, of course, want a good rule that will guide and provide the structure and standards needed to conduct useful pilots and ultimately allow safe water reuse when and where appropriate. It is very important that we get the first step in the rule process right for the state, and that oil and gas operators who are trying to solve this issue can continue to move forward on behalf of all of us that are proud to live and work in New Mexico.
And this rule has been contemplated for a while. Has NMOGA been tracking the department's development of this rule?
Yes, ma'am. NMOGA first read through the rules, of course, in 2023 and provided written comment on December 1st, 2023.
And is your understanding that was before the New Mexico Environment Department petitioned the Water Quality Control Commission to adopt a new rule?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we've learned throughout this proceeding, and I think it's in the record, that NMED filed a petition to the Water Quality Control Commission proposing its initial version of the reuse rules on December 27th, 2023. Did you review the December 27th, 2023 version of the reuse rules?
Yes, as well as our member companies and the committee that worked on these rules.
And did NMOGA support that version of the reuse rules?
NMOGA did support the December 2023 version of the reuse rules.
And why did NMOGA support that version?
Our member companies felt that it was a reasonable rule that balanced the need for reuse of treated produced water while also protecting the environment. It does so by allowing discharge permits and utilizes the existing protections in that rule.
Has NMOGA evaluated the benefits of reuse of treated produced water?
Yes, ma'am. A vast majority of our member companies who have a vested interest in produced water for a number of reasons have evaluated the benefits.
And does NMOGA oppose the department's proposed prohibition of discharge of raw produced water?
Yes.
Or is NMOGA seeking the ability to discharge raw or untreated produced water?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry if I misunderstood your question.
And sorry, can you elaborate what NMOGA's position is on discharge of raw or untreated produced water?
Absolutely. So for water, for discharge that has not been treated, there are certainly concerns that that discharge would go into places that it shouldn't be, and we would not, of course, support that. But for water that has been appropriately treated and meets appropriate scientific standards, we would support discharge where science says that it's applicable for that to happen, and ensure that we are meeting the standards that should, and we hope that the Water Quality Control Commission will set.
The court reporter is asking us to slow down just a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Has NMOGA evaluated the benefits of reuse of treated produced water?
Yes, and as it's been discussed several times throughout the hearing, water, of course, is one of the most important resources that we have in New Mexico. And while water is lacking for our state, we have been given a formation that not only provides a third of the revenue for the state, but also produces more water than any other formation. Industry has always found ways to rely on that water for reuse in its own development activities. But if we can safely and efficiently treat the water for reuse in other areas, we can help to solve the broader water issues in the state. Limiting excess water injection will also help with deep water injection induced seismicity events.
And now I want to just turn briefly to discuss the first amended reuse rules. On March 21st, 2024, NMED filed its first amended petition and statement of reasons. Have you reviewed the first amended reuse rules?
Yes, NMOGA member companies have reviewed the amended rules.
And does NMOGA support the department's first amended reuse rules?
No, ma'am. We very much support water reuse, but not the rules as currently written.
And can you elaborate on why NMOGA doesn't support the amended reuse rules?
Unfortunately, the first amended reuse rules filed by NMED on March 20th, 2024 fundamentally changed the proposed rules to prevent reuse of treated produced water, and it did so in what we feel are three different ways. Number one, it removed the language that would have allowed a person to obtain a discharge permit for treated produced water. Number two, it removed similar language that would have allowed a person to obtain a discharge permit for treated produced water. And the third reason is the removal of the placeholder for water quality criteria for discharge of treated produced water from the proposed rules.
And can you discuss the impact that the prohibition on discharge permits for treated produced water would have on NMOGA and its members?
We feel that NMOGA members will be faced with seeking alternatives in other states, which of course would further impact the opportunity for quality New Mexican jobs, of course include and hurt revenue and other opportunities for New Mexico communities and schools, and also would hinder our opportunity for further economic diversification and potentially actually increase our reliance on the oil and gas industry, since we don't have the opportunity to further diversify.
And briefly, I want to just discuss demonstration projects. One of the provisions of the proposed reuse rules is designed to allow demonstration projects to allow industry to develop data release to reuse of produced water. Are you familiar with any demonstration projects that are being conducted by NMOGA's members?
Yes, ma'am, with permitting and working closely with departments that regulate pilot projects.
And can you just provide an example of a demonstration project that's currently being conducted by NMOGA members?
We have worked with member companies such as PESCO, Hillcore, Infinity Water Solutions, Devon, and others that have worked with NMED, MNERD, the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium, New Mexico Tech, and others to conduct pilot projects in New Mexico and the San Juan and Permian basins. There are other companies who are hopeful to work with the New Mexico Economic Development Department and other local communities to invest in our state and deploy technologies to safely and responsibly reutilize water resources.
And based on your experience, are the benefits to New Mexico for a demonstration project, are there benefits in New Mexico for a demonstration project to be conducted in the state?
Yes, ma'am. In addition to preserving fresh water, it allows the opportunity for further business investment in New Mexico, diversifying the economy and decreasing the state's budgetary reliance on the oil and gas industry.
And are there additional benefits?
Yes, we truly believe that there would be an increased quality job opportunities. There would be continued protection of environmental resources, There would be enhanced educational opportunities at the K through 12 and post-secondary levels. There would also be improved quality of life due to an increase in those job opportunities, as well as an increased tax revenue for the state coffers.
And given the location of a number of NMOGA members, do they have the option to conduct these demonstration projects in either New Mexico or Texas?
Yes, with Texas currently being more preferable due to the options of water reuse across the state border.
So if the commission adopts the amended version of the proposal, which puts in place a prohibition on discharge permits for treated produced water, do you anticipate that will impact NMOGA members' willingness to conduct these demonstration projects in New Mexico as opposed to Texas?
Yes, ma'am. And as all of you know, the Permian Basin, of course, spans from Texas to New Mexico. New Mexico is very fortunate to have high quality shale rock, which is what allows us to drill one of the cleanest barrels of oil in the world. And because of that opportunity to drill, many of our businesses operate in both Texas and New Mexico. As we consider these rules and as we move forward, if we have the opportunity for pilot projects and economic diversification to take place on the New Mexico side of the border, that will ensure that we not only are able to regulate those projects to the highest standards determined by the commission and others, but also ensure that we are able to benefit from the tax revenues that comes from those businesses. So it's not only an economic win, but an economical one as well.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Courier. I have no further questions, Madam Hearing Officer and members of the commission. I will tender Ms. Courier for cross-examination if you all or any other parties have questions.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Commissioner Vehil, do you have questions of Ms. Courier? Thank you. Commissioner Bernkert.
No questions.
Commissioner Bayless. Chair Thompson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that the Texas regulations on produced water treatment are allow reuse. Can you give us a citation so that I can look those up?
No, sir, no specific citation that I can provide, but would be happy to look up any mention. I will say, sir, that there is also a Texas Produced Water Consortium, and that water consortium is allowed to do additional pilot projects such as opportunities around agriculture. For example, utilizing produced water clean produced water on cotton and other agricultural options that are not for consumption. So while I don't have any specific citations, we do know that the pilot projects that are being conducted in Texas have a little bit more leeway than what we currently have options for in New Mexico.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, can I ask council if they are going to have experts that are going to testify to this in the future?
Yes.
Ms. Olson?
Yes, Chair Thompson. I believe that our witness, Mike McCurdy, is on the Texas Consortium, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe he's prepared to address some of the things that are happening in Texas, but I will ask that he also be prepared with a citation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dominguez.
No questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. Commissioner McWilliams.
No questions.
Commissioner Patton.
No questions.
Commissioner Fry.
Yes, I have a question. You were talking about the original version of the rules would allow diversification in ways the second one does not. Do you have like the 3-sentence version of what that is?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She had said that, or I was asking about see here. The original version would allow diversification that the first amended rules would not. And I'm asking just for like a couple sentences about what that diversification looks like. I don't have much voice.
Go ahead, Ms. Courier.
Thank you. So with the removal of the discharge permit language, as well as the removal of the placeholder for the water quality criteria, that does not provide the regulatory security that a company would need to invest dollars in New Mexico to do multi-million level pilot projects. So with the inclusion of the discharge permit, as well as the option for the water quality criteria, that would provide opportunities for companies to have the stability to know that they have the option to invest in New Mexico and stay in New Mexico.
And what kind of pilot projects would those be?
Several of those pilot projects are companies that are already working with the New Mexico Water Consortium, as well as with NMED. For example, one of our member companies, which is two of our member companies, Pesco and Hillcore, which operate in the San Juan Basin, are working closely together to not only determine how that water can be reused safely throughout the state, but also limit the amount of fresh water that's used in post-production opportunities. And as we can find ways to scale the economic opportunities around water, that will allow other companies to follow suit. It will also find ways to, if a strategic water supply was passed by the legislature and moved forward with the governor's support, then these type of water projects would allow for companies to invest in opportunities like the strategic water supply, which would not only further the state's economic base, but also find additional jobs as well as additional revenues for the cities and counties where the pilot projects would be placed.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then
Yes,
I have a question for Madam Hearing Officer and Council. I am not finding her testimony at all. And I know we have so many documents. Can you point me to the right direction so I can look at it?
Yes, so NMOGA has offered Ms. Courier as a non-technical testimony, so she doesn't have pre-filed written direct testimony because that's a requirement just for technical witnesses, and her testimony is non-technical.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Armstrong.
Thank you. Just one question following up on Chair Thompson's question, and if it's more appropriate for a later witness, I understand that. I believe I've found the document that Ms. Courier is mentioning in Texas. There's a January 8th, 2024 Railroad Commission of Texas document on the produced water beneficial reuse framework for pilot study authorization. Is that the correct document?
Sir, I'm not, I know that the regulations go through the Texas Railroad Commission, but I'm not sure if that is a specific document. So I will defer to later folks that will have a better understanding of that.
Okay, just one really high level question then, because it might not be specific in this document, but it might be somewhere else. Are discharges of treated produced water allowed in Texas?
At this point, no, sir, they are not. That is something the Texas Water Consortium is looking at, as well as the Railroad Commission is helping to determine. Timing wise, I actually think that's very grateful that the commission is considering discharge, as well as, well, not, I'm sorry, I know that this version of the rule does not consider discharge, but I'm grateful that the rules are being considered right now in New Mexico. In Texas, they will go into legislative session in January. And of course, they have the option to go into a rulemaking prior to that. But if Texas has more robust either laws or regulations that would allow for discharge and pilot projects, we do fear that New Mexico would lose out on a fantastic revenue stream if all of the companies chose to do their pilot projects and further develop on the Texas side of the border and not in New Mexico.
Thanks. Do you have any indication that Texas is on that path in the immediate future?
With the Texas Water Consortium, they are very far behind the New Mexico Water Consortium, but thanks to our water consortium, New Mexico's water consortium, being willing to work closely with Texas, Texas has made great strides. Texas tends to be a little more friendly environment toward the oil and gas industry. And due to that friendliness, there seems to be a sense right now that Texas is more willing to work with some of those companies to ensure that the pilot projects stay there and not go to other states.
Okay, I think that's all I have.
Right, Commissioner Rosatos.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Let me turn to the parties. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Ms. Courier?
Thank you for being here, Miss Courier. Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor. Thank you. Mr. Cox.
I have no questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right. Mr. Hightower, I think I saw him exit the room. Mr. Davis. Okay, thank you. Ms. Nanasi or Mr. Dodd?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. And just for the record, I've emailed a couple of exhibits to Ms. Jones to be pulled up because I didn't realize that this witness was going to be on WebEx. I have hard copies, but I just sent them so that she can pull them up.
All right. Trust Pam is working on that.
We don't need them just yet.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Courier.
Hello, sir.
You are the president and CEO of NMOGA.
Yes, sir.
And so you speak on behalf of NMOGA, right?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony today is on behalf of NMOGA.
Yes, sir.
And it is the position of NMOGA that New Mexico needs additional water supplies, right?
It is the position of NMOGA that we support water reuse, but not as the rule is currently proposed.
One of the facts that NMOGA is presenting in support of or in opposition to the currently proposed rule is talking about how New Mexico has water scarcity and needs additional water supplies, correct?
Yes, sir. In reference specifically to fresh water.
Okay. NMOGA agrees that water scarcity and groundwater depletion are forecasted to grow even more severe due to climate change, correct?
Yes, sir, which is one of the reasons why we support water reuse.
Does NMOGA agree that climate change is due in large part to emissions caused by the use of oil and gas?
NMOGA does agree that oil and gas does affect climate change, yes.
So you would agree that water scarcity and groundwater depletion caused by climate change are problems that NMOGA and its members have contributed to?
Yes, they have contributed to utilizing water, which is why we are seeking solutions.
But not only utilizing water, but also impacting and exacerbating climate change, correct?
No, not exasperating climate change due to us having the opportunity to continue to drill one of the cleanest barrels of oil in the world and finding technologies that reduce water use as well as cleaner drilling options.
So I'm sorry, earlier, just a moment ago, I asked you if NMOGA agreed that climate change is due in large part to emissions caused by the use of oil and gas, and you agreed with that, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And So the resulting water scarcity and groundwater depletion caused by climate change is also problems that NMOGA and its members have contributed to through producing oil and gas for consumption, correct?
We have contributed to, but not exasperated. Yes, sir.
Okay. But now what you're saying is that you're from the oil and gas industry and you're here to help. Is that right?
Yes, sir, just like we've said for many years.
You're claiming that you can help save the environment from a problem that you helped create.
No, we are claiming that we have technologies that would better utilize water that has been cleaned to the standards that we hope that the commission will set. And the reutilization of that water will protect and preserve other water resources that are scarce within New Mexico.
I want to shift gears and I want to talk about finances. How much money has NMOGA contributed to produced water research?
NMOGA itself has not provided any money toward produced water. We are a member of the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium, but we do not provide any money directly for research.
Now, how much money has NMOGA budgeted to spend on these regulatory proceedings concerning the reuse rule?
We have budgeted for our attorneys, and that's the only thing that we have budgeted for.
And how much is that?
I do not have that number available at this point.
More than $100,000?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Mr. Don, how is this relevant?
Madam Hearing Officer, I think that it's extremely relevant to the credibility of this witness and this party that they have not contributed a single dollar to produced water research and yet are spending tons and tons of money to litigate this proceeding. I think that that goes to the credibility of this witness, which is fair game in cross-examination.
Okay, so I understand the point you want to make about the way NMOGA spends its monies, but I don't believe it goes to her personal credibility. So please move on.
Can I just respond very briefly? And I don't want to argue with the bench. Just simply, I did lay sort of a foundation that this witness is here speaking on behalf of NMOGA, not in her personal capacity.
I understand. Please move on.
I want to ask you about an op-ed that you wrote regarding the reuse rule, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Jones, at this point, did you receive my email? If you could please pull up Exhibit NG15, and I have hard copies for members of the commission. May I approach? Ms. Courier, you recognize this document, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wrote this op-ed?
Yes, sir.
And it was published on May 3rd, 2024 in the Carlsbad Current Argus?
Yes, sir. I believe so. The words are a little bit blurred on the screen, so I believe that that's the date.
The small font is blurred.
Yes, sorry, just the small font, and I'm kind of blind.
Okay. Now I'd like to direct your attention to a public comment that was submitted in this case on May 28th, 2024. Ms. Jones, if you could please pull up the public comment that was included in my email. And I have copies for the commission as well. May I approach, Madam Hearing Officer? Ms. Courier, this is a public comment that was entered into the record on May 28th, 2024 by members of the New Mexico Senate. If you could give me just one moment. And I'd like you to just read a few of the paragraphs or a few of the sentences which I've highlighted for us. Ms. Jones, could you please flip back to the other document, NG 15? If you could read, Ms. Courier, that first highlighted section right there.
All viable and safe options to address our declining water availability should be considered, including finding ways to safely use treated produced water.
Now, Ms. Jones, if you could please switch to the other document and go to the second highlighted provision on that document. Right there. Ms. Courier, could you please read that second highlighted sentence in this public comment document?
All viable and safe options to address New Mexico's scarce and declining water availability should be considered, including finding ways to safely utilize treated produced water.
Ms. Jones, could you please switch to the other document? And could you scroll down to the next highlighted section, please? Ms. Courier, could you please read that second highlighted section or the first highlighted section that's present on the screen right now?
Due to technological advancements, produced water could be used for industrial applications such as municipal landscaping, road construction, and irrigation for non-edible agriculture like cotton.
And Ms. Jones, could you please switch to the other document now? Ms. Courier, could you please read the third highlighted section on this document?
Technical advancements allow the safe reuse of produced water for industrial applications such as municipal landscaping, road construction, and irrigation for non-edible agriculture like cotton.
And Ms. Jones, could you flip back to the other document, please? And Ms. Courier, could you please read the last highlighted section on this document?
Every gallon of treated produced water used for irrigation or industrial uses frees up a gallon of native fresh water.
And if you could please, Ms. Jones, flip to the public comment document to the first highlighted section. Ms. Courier, could you please read the first highlighted section on the public comment document?
Every gallon of treated produced water used for irrigation or industrial application frees up a gallon of native fresh water.
Ms. Courier, you would agree that phrasing between these two documents is strangely similar, would you not?
Yes, sir, it is similar.
And in fact, many of the exact same phrases are used, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Courier, did you write this public comment document?
No, sir, but we did work with the signers to help them understand the importance of water reuse and provided them resources so that they could consider options to write a letter of support.
And did you send them proposed language for their letter?
Yes, which is very commonplace in public comments. For example, when asking folks to make public comment, we will often provide examples of what we would encourage folks to say, especially if they don't know what to say, if they're in a situation that they don't know a lot about. It's very commonplace, as you might know.
All right, now I want to talk about water use by the oil and gas industry in New Mexico. You have repeatedly stated in op-eds that the oil and gas industry is truly one of the few industries capable of attaining net positive water balance by saving more fresh water than it uses, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Can we agree that as it stands today, NMOGA's members are not even net neutral on water use?
No, I don't. I would agree with you. No, we are not net neutral on that, which is another reason that we are hopeful to have water reuse opportunities.
Now, under the current OCD regulations, NMOGA's members can use produced water for oil and gas operations, correct?
Yes, sir. And our member companies are proud to use less than 1% of fresh water in their activities, which continues to ensure that we're, number one, protecting produced water and better utilizing our other water resources through produced water.
Okay, but NMOGA's members are still using billions of gallons of fresh water every year for their operations, are they not?
Yes, sir, which is required. The only time industry uses fresh water is when it's required by the state or the federal government. So those are regulated entities of freshwater usage.
So you're saying that no oil and gas operator in the state of New Mexico chooses to use fresh water instead of reuse produced water simply for financial considerations?
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Hold on, Ms. Courier. Ms. Olson?
I'm going to object to this question. He's asking about all oil and gas operators in New Mexico. Ms. Courier is here only on behalf of NMOGA members. And additionally, I just want to remind council that Ms. Courier is here as a non-technical fact witness. And so to the extent he has policy questions about NMOGA, I think those are appropriate, but to the extent he's getting into technical details, she is not a technical witness.
All right. So, Mr. Dodd, I do remember her statement that she said she was here on behalf of the 180 members. Ms. Courier, we're paying attention to the difference between you speaking on behalf of your members and speaking on behalf of all operators. And also, as you know, Mr. Dodd, NMOGA has other witnesses, at least 3 of them, I think, and at least 1 or 2 of them are technical.
Sure, I'll rephrase the question.
All right.
Ms. Courier, are you testifying today that not a single NMOGA member uses fresh water rather than reused produced water in its operations for economic purposes?
I am testifying that our members that we represent utilize fresh water when required by the state or federal government.
But also sometimes when it's economically advantageous, correct?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Okay. Given that NMOGA's members are not even net neutral on use of water, wouldn't you agree that talking about net positive is simply conjecture at this point? That it could possibly someday be possible because you're not even yet neutral?
I agree that water reuse rules are necessary to ensure that companies can continue to take steps forward to become neutral and ultimately net positive by utilizing water resources that are produced water and have the opportunity to continue to do so in new ways that limit freshwater usage at a greater level.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Don. Ms. Fox? Thank you, Mr. Knight. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Olson, any follow-up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have no follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Any reason not to excuse Ms. Courier? Great. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Courier.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner and Commissioners.
Great. Is it worthwhile to spend the next 25 minutes or so laying some groundwork?
I would suggest maybe for efficiency's sake, without having to pull up PowerPoints and stuff, that I could just walk through authentication of Mr. D'Antonio's testimony.
Terrific.
Okay. And I understand, just for the benefit of the commissioners, that a number of witnesses from NMOGA and I believe the remaining other witness, Mr. Van Gosh, have competing conflicts. And so I will start with Mr. D'Antonio, but you probably won't see him again for a day or two, depending on how things progress tomorrow.
All right. So, Mr. D'Antonio, if you would please spell your first and last name for the transcripts.
Yes, good. Madam Examiner, Commissioners, my name is John D'Antonio, John D'Antonio.
And Mr. D'Antonio, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Good afternoon, Mr. D'Antonio. You've already stated and spelled your name. Can you please state your current profession?
Yes, my current profession, I'm a water resource consultant with my own business, American West Water Advisors, LLC. I also work part-time for Wilson and Company, Architect and Engineers in Albuquerque, Mexico.
And for efficiency, I'm going to share my notebook with you just for this part. So I've put before you what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Is this your direct technical testimony that was pre-filed in this matter?
Yes.
And was this technical testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any substantive changes to that testimony?
No, I do not.
And is that testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
If you were asked these same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would be.
And turn to the next document. I'm putting before you what's previously been marked as NMOGA Exhibit 9. Do you recognize that as your rebuttal technical testimony that was pre-filed in this matter?
Yes, I do.
And was this technical testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any substantive changes to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
Is the rebuttal technical testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked these same questions today under oath, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would be.
So we've gone through that. At this time, I'm happy to admit these exhibits into evidence, or I'm happy to wait until Mr. D'Antonio has gone through his summary and cross-examination.
List the exhibits, please.
So we've got NMOGA Exhibit 2, NMOGA Exhibit 9. I would also offer NMOGA Exhibit 5, which is the resume of Mr. D'Antonio. and NMOGA Exhibit 8, which is the oil and gas natural produced water governance in the state of New Mexico document referenced in Mr. D'Antonio's testimony.
All right, let me check with the parties. Are there objections to the admission of NMOGA exhibits 2, 5, 8, or 9? Well, I'm not hearing any objections, so they're admitted.
Okay, and I apologize. I would also move to admit NMOGA Exhibit 1, which are the proposed changes that I believe Mr. D'Antonio also sponsored in his testimony.
All right, any objection to the admission of NMOGA Exhibit 1? Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Madam Hearing Officer, at this point, I would suggest we stop because I think it might take a little bit to get the direct testimony PowerPoint up, and I would hate to interrupt Mr. D'Antonio's presentation summary of his testimony.
All right, thank you. And I know it would be hard to kind of keep a thread. So, but thank you so much for waiting for us, for Mr. D'Antonio. And thank you, Ms. Olson. I can do one thing here at the end of the day. I saw a motion filed and managed to read it regarding Commissioner Bayless. Unlike the other disqualification motion that was filed, this one seemed to be nearly purely legal, and I happen to be familiar with the law on this point. So I'm just going to go ahead and rule on this one. The motion is denied. I would direct the movements to both statute, section 74-6-3A6, where it says the director of state parks may serve on the commission himself or may designate a member of his staff. That's the exact words. Commissioner Bayless introduced himself as a member of Mr. Valescas's staff. Also to a case I was involved in a long time ago, Phelps Dodge Tyrone at 140 NM 464. That case proceeded over 5 weeks of hearing so long before the commission that there were changes in personnel along the way among the designees, and the appellant, Phelps Dodge, made a point of that before the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals said that that was actually not prejudicial to the appellant. And then as to the third point I saw in that motion on the filing of a financial disclosure, Commissioner Bayless has described briefly to me what will be on it. No surprises, and assures me that he'll have that filled out very soon. He was working with Pam earlier today to try to get that filed. So, Commissioner Bayless, would you like to say another word of introduction and to put on the record the same statement that a lot of the other commissioners had made regarding whether you have a conflict of interest?
Thank you. I have no conflict. I have no conflict. I will be filing my disclosure form this morning, before tomorrow morning. And it should be all said, done and dusted by tomorrow.
Did you want to make it? You said you wanted to make another word of introduction, I think.
Thought about that.
No pressure. All right.
Not a problem. I was just going to give more of my personal background, and I don't think that's too important.
Okay. Is there anything else then that we can do before we adjourn for the evening? Again, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we'll accept public comment. We never know exactly how many folks will be signed up for that. And then we'll return to, let's see here, Dr. Van Gogh, and then back to Namoga. Is there anything else we could talk about while we're still together in the room tonight?
Madam Hearing Officer, one possibly quick thing that could get resolved, and I would seek your direction on Namoga replace the demonstrative summaries for a couple of the witnesses, I think is primarily to correct a few typos, animation issues, and I'm not entirely sure each of us have worked with a couple of the witnesses. I believe I saw an email coming in with objections to that. And so to expedite things for doing those PowerPoint, I would just ask for direction from you on how to proceed.
All right. Based on your representation that these were modest adjustments, and also because they are demonstrative exhibits, please plan to use them. I will say that I've had further discussion with some of the commissioners who are disappointed that some of these exhibits, not yours, are coming in so late because it doesn't give them a chance to review them in time to formulate questions of the witnesses. So that's just a general statement applicable to everyone. But as to your corrected demonstrative exhibits, it's not a problem.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. All right, let's adjourn for the evening and we'll see you in the morning.